And we are live with COVID Con Light.
Yes. All right. So, hey guys, we got another one up coming to you from Wrestling Bookmarks. If you want to ask any questions and you're watching this somewhere else, right, we go to Wrestling Bookmarks group at Facebook, which is facebook.com/groups/Wrestling Bookmarks. And you can ask a question here in 12 different panels. 12 different panels today. We got all kinds of people. Who do we got coming on today?
So we're going to have, well, first up, we have Matt Kuhn, Joel Gartner, and Road Warrior Animal. It's going to be the first segment.
Cool, man. Sounds good to me. So
who we got? We got John Cosper, Rock Riddle. We got a couple mystery guests at 2:30.
Yep.
Bushwhacker Luke, Typhoon. And then we got a pretty stellar heavy hitters in the second half of today.
Sounds good. I just had Animal text me, so he's getting up and going, so he should be in here in a couple minutes. I wanted to thank everybody who's coming in today. The whole point is to make something, fun during these trying times, all kinds of crazy stuff going on. And the wrestlers are coming out here and donating their time to make things a little bit more, easy on the fans who have it pretty rough these days. And also it's helping the wrestlers get a little bit of appearance going. So appreciate it.
And are we pushing the COVID Con shirt still available?
Yeah, it's still available. You can go Pro Wrestling Tees and type in Kenny Casanova and you can find the shirts there.
Okay, great. Well, let me,
I'm seeing right now, it says we are live, but we don't have the stream. Ed Bratz, are you there?
Yeah, we have the, hold on here.
All right. So if people do see us, and this is going, we'll have a couple technology issues from time to time. That might be what we're having right now. We should be up and going in just a second.
We should be live. We should be live right now.
Maybe they don't.
Let's see if there's a stream coming here.
Oh, it says we have it now. It says we have it now. All right.
Okay, that's interesting.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Yeah. So we're finally live. Got everything figured out here.
So for the Fight TV, I'm Kenny Casanova. If you're just turning in now, we're just starting this up. We got the deadly one, Eddie Bratz. He's our first moderator. The number of awesome people about to jump in for 12 different panels from Wrestling Bookmarks. If you want to ask a question, just go to our Facebook group, which is Wrestling Bookmarks on Facebook. Type that in, and you can type in questions in the feed all day, and you should be able to ask a question to some of your favorite wrestling authors as well as wrestling superstars.
Cool. And I'm gonna put the link at the bottom so that people know where they can go.
All right. Well, I'm going to head out. I think you might have a couple of people getting ready to come in here, and I'm going to start shooting messages to everybody and getting them going.
All right, great. All right, thanks, Kenny. Well,
thanks, man. Yep.
I'm sure we'll see you today. All right, thanks.
See you around. Bye.
All right. Well, first up, we're going to bring into our first segment that we have here. We're going to bring on a music producer, Matt Kuhn, who also had a podcast. Matt, how are you? We cannot. We can't hear you. Hold on. We're gonna bring in. Let me move 1 second here. We'll bring in former ECW announcer and manager Joel Gertner. Joel, how are you?
I'm doing well.
Perfect, and we can hear you clearly.
Cool.
And hold on here. Not to be obviously last but not least, we'll bring in the greatest tag team champion of all, the greatest tag team of all time. We have Road Warrior and Animal.
What's up?
How are you?
What's up,
Good,
Animal?
man. Glad to be here for COVID Con.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. Definitely psyched for this.
And we're all inside.
Hold on. We're going to try to get Matt on here as well.
Hey, how's it going? Sorry about that. How you
Oh,
doing,
that's all right.
Animal? How you doing, Joel?
Good, man. What's up, guys?
Good. How are you guys?
I'm good,
What's up,
man.
Animal?
Good to
What's
see
up,
you.
Matt? Hey, Eddie.
So thanks guys for joining us today for our second COVID Con that we're doing here. try to get some people, out to the public, fans that are still home that want to, hear some great stories from you guys. So, Animal, if we could start with you, we just saw the Dark Side of the Ring that you had that was on a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
What was that experience like for you? Oh, there you go. Wow, you're wearing the shirt.
That's right, man. Pro Wrestling Tees has got the Dark Side of the Ring T-shirts. I set that deal up with those guys, and it was pretty cool. I got to go back up to Minneapolis, and we went through the old stomping grounds of the bars we used to bounce at, and they didn't get on some of the good stuff on there. Like we did a round table between Smash and Demolition, Scott Norton, Ellering, myself, and Ed Sharkey. It was pretty funny. It was pretty good. They didn't get it on the show, and but it was a good experience, man, all the way around. It got a good ratings,
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And Matt, how about yourself? While we're waiting for some questions to come in here, you do some. I was checking out some of your intro music that you've done that I've heard before. I was like, wow, that's pretty incredible. So you do some of the Conrad podcasts, right?
Yeah, I'm known for producing the shows, but also doing the theme songs for Arn and Something to Wrestle With, What Happened When. I also debuted 2 new themes this week. If you watched All Elite Wrestling, when FTR came out, they came out to one of my songs. We worked together on that song for a couple months. And also Deonna Purrazzo did her song that debuted this last week as well. So getting pretty busy in the wrestling world. I'm a fan. I grew up watching Animal, and I grew up watching my friend Joel there, who I've had the pleasure of hanging out with a couple times. So I'm kind of in your seat. I'm more of a fan than an inside person, I guess.
Okay. And Joel, you've had some experience. Obviously, you were in ECW. Now, were you there in the beginning? I know you were there at the end, but were you there from the beginning?
It depends how you measure. I wasn't there from the very beginning in like 92, 93.
Okay.
Started in the fall of 95. So I did over 5 years there. So I was there, well before TNN. I was there before pay-per-view. So I think a lot of people consider me an ECW original, but there are definitely guys like Tommy Dreamer Taz, Stevie Richards, guys who were there from the early 90s who predate me. I was in high school when ECW started. So I started ECW like 3 days after my 20th birthday.
Oh, good for you.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, Animal, you had a book that came out a few years back. Do you have it? What do you have out now?
Well, I don't have anything else out now, man. I'm looking to do a volume 2. Like we just touched on the beginning of our career and how we started. It's called The Road Warriors: Danger, Death, and the Rush of Wrestling. It was a New York Times bestseller for about 3 months. It did pretty decent, But I'm ready to rock and roll and do another book. To be honest with you.
Okay, and what would you want to do the book on?
Well, I mean, I left out so much good stuff. A little bit about the stuff that Dark Side of the Ring touched on. A little bit about my career. I think the fans like to know ins and outs about the journey that I took with my kids, the way my son James going in the NFL and that kind of stuff, and then after his career, what he's doing now, and then what I'm doing now, and my grandkids and different things like that. So there's a lot of information. Man, we, Hawk and I won some like 20 different championships.
Right.
I didn't even realize, when you're on the road working, you're on the road mode and you're just going along and going along, going along. You don't realize what you're doing. You're just able to draw money for the house and working with the guys in the ring and trying to have a good show. So when I found that out, there's a lot of stuff that we could touch on that would be really cool.
Right. Okay.
I mean, some of those Japanese stories are pretty crazy. When you look back at them, and driving on a bus, you got Hawk doing 2 voices. He's doing Eddie Murphy and getting interviewed by Walter Cronkite, and he's doing both voices. As he's sipping on a big, huge, giant bottle of sake. He and Terry Gordy. So it's pretty fun.
Now, do you ever get a chance to like step outside from being Animal and think to yourself that, that you're recognized as the greatest tag team of all time?
Man, I don't even. I mean, it's a compliment to the fans and from the people in the business. I mean, listen, they still have it when the guy goes to the ring, gets a good pop. It's called the Warrior Pop. It's very humbling. I mean, I was just at the right place at the right time and took advantage of my opportunity. I mean, Hawk and I came in, and where nobody else looked like us, that could talk like us, that did what we did, and the guys in the beginning were understandably so by what the promoters told them they had to do, worked with us that way. You know what I mean? Because you're only as good as the guy you're in the ring with.
Right.
And I wish, here's what I wish it would happen in the wrestling business, and I would have been willing to do it all along, as being a baby face, which we were further from a baby face, but we were baby faces. First time we stepped in the ring with the Koloffs, we became baby faces. Figure that one out, right? But I believe that you should put all the marketing stuff into one giant pool, and everybody, according to where they are in the car, gets an even share of everything. That way you don't have one guy making $10 million, another guy making $20. Everybody shares in, because if it's not that guy that's busting his ass to get you over, you're not getting over. You know, you gotta, it's a give and take business, man. It's a brotherhood. I believe that should be happening. But no, man, I don't really, I look at it as someone, you know, that worked his rear end off. I mean, nobody can say that about us. Nobody can say that we were lazy, took a night off, didn't work hard, because we weren't those guys. You know, even when we had broken bones, Hawk went in did a scaffold match with a broken leg. I wrestled with broken ankles, broken hips, dislocated shoulders. You got to go on.
Yeah.
You know.
Let's see. We got a comment coming in here. Joel Gertner's promos were epic in ECW.
There you go.
Thank you.
I'm kind of wondering if Joel can do one now. Is it possible?
I was thinking that too. One of the limericks, right?
I could try.
No way to put you on the spot or anything.
I could try. Well, it is I, the lyrical miracle, factual, intellectual, the cunning linguist, and the quintessential stud muffin, Joel. I'm the guy who knows what your mom looks like with no clothing on. And now she gets to hear Road Warrior Animal, Matt Coon, and me bear it all on COVID Con. Keep listening and have yourself an eargasm.
Nice.
Hey, you guys like my mask?
Oh, it's fantastic.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, half my face, half Hawk. This is my grandson, Jacob. Jacob, say hello.
Hi.
What's up, Jacob?
Yeah, man.
My grandfather's name was Jacob.
There you go. Say thank you.
Thanks.
There you go.
Good stuff,
Yeah,
man.
there's a company that Knobs and I and Hacksaw Jim Duggan, and I think the guys OC are part of it now, and called breakneckdeer.com. And man, they make these kind of masks, and they make let me see if I can get a picture of some of the other stuff they got on there, man. They're really good. They're great guys, and you know, they're all about the cause. They're doing another one like this, if you guys can see it.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
Yeah, that's like the regular hospital mask. That's coming out this week. So they got a lot of good stuff, man. They're all about the COVID, and I think $1 or $2 from every sale of the mask goes back to the COVID Foundation. So it's for a good cause. And of course, you know, we're in it like with the Nasty Boys and Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Like I said, it's got a couple, and Bret Hart's in it too. Bret Hart's doing it as well. So it's for a good thing.
Let's see. We got some questions coming in here. Animal, any thoughts on your son James ever getting into pro wrestling?
No, he doesn't have to, man. He's all tied in with the college football networks. He does that. He does the Big Ten network stuff, and he does like 3 or 4 pro games a year. And you know, Fox really likes him, and so he's and be honest with you, with a second contract with so much, he'll never come close to making that any of that in wrestling. You know, so and he's setting that way, and he's got an ESPN show that he does 4 days a week too. So he's in the announcing set. He goes, it's a lot less getting beat up doing announcing than it is getting in the ring, or on the football field, I should say.
Hold on here. Let's see.
He's a big fan, man.
Matt, what instruments do you play, and how did you get into making these intros?
I'll say it as quickly as I can. I run a music school here in Virginia. I guess we have about 150 students now. I play probably, I don't know, anything you can play, I can play, but let's say 10 or 12 instruments. I've taught about 17 or 18 instruments. Music is music. It's a lot like everything else. If you learn the fundamentals of one, you can do all of it. I got into it because I tweeted Conrad once. Conrad is now one of my best friends, maybe my best friend in the entire world. And so much so that, like, if he asked me, for instance, in Vegas, if I could drive Road Warrior Animal around, I definitely will, and I definitely have, And so I just got in touch with him by tweeting him. I said I could do some stuff for him, and next thing I know, I get a call from him and Bruce Pritchard. We'd like a theme song. And then I started producing his shows. And from there, I just started doing more and more songs, including all the StarCast music when Joel was a host of it as well.
Wow. That's pretty great.
But I'm a lifelong wrestling fan. So for me, being able to work in wrestling with music, it's a perfect thing. It's the best thing ever at my age now.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Let's see. Is Joel coming in live from Dudleyville?
Yeah, Dudleyville's towers are down. They don't have 5G yet. They're still on negative 4G. So I'm here in Brooklyn, New York, actually.
All right. Hold on. Let's see. Animal, where can I pick up your book, my friend?
You can go to I think it's Barnes and Noble, or it's on ebook. You can get it on ebook too. It's cheaper on ebook. But Barnes and Noble was who was one of the main people that carried the book. You had to Google it. I did a contract with a company, Medallion Press out of Chicago. I think it's called Medallion Media Group now. And they can direct everybody where to go. So if you go to medallion.com or Medallion Media Group out of Chicago, you can find the book.
Okay. Let's see. Eric wants to know, Animal, which version of the LOD did you like better, NWA or WWE?
Well, I think the NWA version was better, to be honest with you. I mean, I liked it. I really, to be honest with you, the only thing that Hawk and I missed in our career was really doing an ECW version of it. That would have been pretty cool, I thought. WWF was good. It was the right time for us to go there because that was the last of the supposed big three that we didn't capture the belts, right? And I think it meant more to the fans than it did to us. But there's nothing like the Garden in New York City. When you win a championship in that place, bro, the place came off, the roof came off for about 15 minutes. The people went nuts. And it was the perfect place to do it against the Nasty Boys, and of all things, a street fight, And so that's the thing that, WWF version was good because you reached the masses more, I think. But for us to go in the ring, I mean, our gimmick was going in the ring, slide in, and let's get to work. And then we had to go up in each corner and do the rah-rah, hey, we're here. Well, of course we're here. You can see us, But, hey, we're businessmen. You got to do what the boss says. He's signing the checks.
Right. Hold on. Let's get a couple more. Let's see. Joel, is your neck still injured?
No, it's not used as a neck brace anymore. It's more of a cunnilingus throat and neck support device. But no, it's not medically. I wear it optionally now. It's a fashion accessory of sorts, and it's in all different patterns and stuff. But no, actually in ECW, I was medically cleared from it. And then an hour later, it was the day that the Dudleys were in ECW Arena for the last time before going to Vince. And they gave me 3D. And like an hour and a half after being medically cleared from it, I was back in it so that I could be wearing it on TNN. But now, no more. Now it's just completely optional, which is why I'm not wearing it today, because you're seeing me post cunnilingus now. It's already 118. And round one is in the books.
Or pre, either one.
Tim wants to know. I don't know who this is for. What was it like working with Heinrich?
John's a good guy.
Okay,
I mean, he's a good guy. I mean, it was a situation where they had someone on their contract and they wanted to do something with him, and they said, "Well, here's the thing, guys. In this business, which merchandise is a huge part of it. Even though Hawk had passed away, we were still selling LOD merchandise out the wazoo. And so they wanted to keep that LOD train going. So he was just like, he tagged along with me with the LOD thing. I think the wrong thing that they did storyline was they wanted to compare him to Hawk. And there was no comparison to Hawk. Hawk was a one of a kind, bro, one in a million. On the mic, in the ring, just his look, traps popping out his ears and that collar flying off. He was one of a million, so you couldn't reinvent the LOD, but he's a good guy, man. He's having a hard time now, I think. You know, of course, he flipped out a few times at a couple Comic Cons or Wrestle Cons, I should say, flipping tables and throwing things around because it is what it is. But he's a good guy. Personally, he's a good guy.
Let's see, Matt. What are some of your favorite wrestling intros?
As far as themes go, you can't do any better than using actual music. Like when I grew up watching wrestling, you can't do any better than Iron Man for the Road Warriors. You can't do better than that. It's the perfect, and you can even look at Freebird for the Freebirds, or Stranglehold for Kevin Von Erich, or Bad to the Bone for Chris Adams and Gino Hernandez. As you can tell, I'm old. Those were great songs. Now, if I were to take it to the next level, the Jim Johnston stuff that was written for people, not just kind of generic music where they just kind of plug someone in. Of course, ECW used licensed music too, but I don't think they paid for it. But the Jim Johnston music is great. But if I were to pick, I would think just the first themes I ever heard, Iron Man, Eye of the Tiger, all the Junkyard Dog coming out to Another One Bites the Dust. To me, it's hard to get better than that.
Okay.
Steve Williams came out to that, Bad to the Bone too, man. When that's
right.
Dr. Death came out, it was pretty cool. But you're right. I agree with you 100%, man. I think the original music's the key. One day we just happened to be riding down the road. We were doing that loop in Ohio. We were working for Georgia Championship Wrestling, and there was 1 week in Ohio Valley and West Virginia and Michigan. Then the next week was in Atlanta. And Hawk and I and Elleringer were listening to the music because Hawk was a music buff. And next thing you know, you hear the I looked at Hawk, he looked at me, I said, bro, we have got to use this. And we were like one of the first ones in Georgia Championship Wrestling to use music. And when you listen to the lyrics, it just fit us perfectly,
It was so perfect because your matches were usually over by the time the lyrics started.
Yeah, the lyrics never even began and we were done. I mean, listen, there was a joke one time in some of the Japanese magazines, their instant soup is a big deal, like their instant ramen cup of soup. And there was a joke one time in there where they drew a cartoon and Hawk's yelling, "Animal soup's on," which means I had a minute and a half to beat the opponent and get you to eat. So even the Japanese used to joke about it,
Let's see who. Somebody wants to know who's one of the most underrated tag teams of all time.
Excuse me, man, I missed that, bro.
Who is one of the most underrated tag teams of all time?
Underrated tag teams? I don't think. I mean, even though Demolition's popular, I think they don't get enough credit. But I think the Midnight Express is probably one of the most underrated tag teams in the history of our business. Bobby Eaton was classic. When Bobby and Dennis were together, they were classic. Even Bobby and Stan were together, but the key there is Bobby. Bobby was the main key in all three versions of the Midnight Express. You had Bobby Eaton and Randy Rose, and then I don't know if it was Dennis Condrey and Randy Rose for a while, but then you had Bobby and Dennis. They were really good. And Cornette, one of the best mouths in our business. Reminds me in his prime, he was probably equally as good as Paul Heyman, is now. I mean, Paul is one of the best voices, I believe, in WWE right now.
Let's see. Where's the ridiculous Rocco puppet that managed you in WWE? Who owns it?
Bro, hopefully it's under a truck tire somewhere in the middle of the freaking desert. That thing never made it back from a trip we had. I don't think it ever made it back from like Kuwait or somewhere like that. It never made it back. I don't know where. That was probably the most colossal dumb idea that I've ever seen.
Let's see. Rod wants to know.
I are going to yearn for this puppet to save our soul. Come on. I can act, but I can't act that good.
Let's see. Rod wants to know, Animal, what match did you have that you think is underrated in your mind?
I think those scaffold matches are underrated. If anybody knew what it took to get up there 30 feet above the ring on a 3-foot wide scaffold, they'd get a whole different concept of the wrestling business. I mean, you got nowhere to go. You got no support cables holding you up from side to side from it falling over. You got literally all four guys have got to balance in the middle of that thing. Otherwise, it's going to be a mess. And God bless Bobby Eaton and Dennis Condrey for falling off that thing because they knew that we weren't going off it. Well, that's how the powers of pain got to be in the WWF. You know,
Right.
They came to us and they said, "Listen," because there was originally supposed to be them up there, and Barb and Warlord came to me. Here's Barb, 320 pounds, Warlord's 345. They said, "Joe, we're not real comfortable on that scaffold." I said, "Well, what's your next step? You guys got somewhere to go?" And they said, "Well, New York. We've been in contact with New York." I said, "Go take care of yourself, man. You're both my friends. I'm not gonna be mad at you. It's a good business move for you." So they left and went to the WWF.
Let's see. Brian wants to know, can we get a "What a Rush" from Animal?
I don't know, man. That was kind of Hawk's thing. Let me see. What a rush!
That's right there.
That's worth the price of admission right there.
Not a bad invitation, you know.
That's awesome. Let's see.
I think that's one thing. You know, Hawk used to do that at the end of interviews, right? And as we were getting ready to go, now we're talking about music. We went to generic music, right? Where there was not owned by Iron Man or whatever, or the group. We're backstage and we're getting ready to go out live to the ring. And Vince comes walking up to us with the microphone. He says, "Can you do that What a Rush now? We're going to put it on right before your music hits." So Hawk did the What a Rush, and our music hit, and then it stuck right from there. We did it. We actually did the first time we did it live.
Hold on here. We'll go over this question real quick. Animal, who was the heaviest guy that you ever put up for the Doomsday Device? And did you ever have any trouble with anybody?
Never had any trouble with anybody. Henry Godwin, because he was, 6'6", 350 pounds, it was a pretty big guy. In Japan one time when we were working for World Japan, I actually got earthquake up on my shoulders, believe it or not. But he was climbing up on the second rope, so I kind of cheated a little bit. He was already standing on the second rope, and I went right behind him and got him up and fell back. But yeah, man, Henry Godwin was one of the ones that took it. That was pretty big, man. It's hard for a big, tall guy to flip around.
Yeah, I can
Maybe
imagine.
the guy over Press Lab probably was Killer Khan.
Wow.
Killer Khan was another 360-pounder, and I got him.
Yeah.
I did him like for 4 reps one night.
All right, let's go here. Let's see. Joel, are you still working with Demand Lucha in Ontario?
No, I did 3 or 4 dates with them, not last year, but the year before. And then for a year or so after that, between then and when COVID started, that last year or so, I haven't been in for their live events. I think business model wise, they've gone a different direction with either they're not really flying many people in at all, or they've decided just to go a different route with it. So I kind of haven't been out there live as a commissioner, but I love those guys. The product is really fun, and you should definitely seek out Demand Lucha.
Let's see here. Question Animal, can you share some memories working in All Japan, especially with Jumbo and Chenichiro?
Oh, you mean Tenryu?
Yeah.
He's speaking like such an American. That's funny. Yeah, man. Listen, Jumbo was on. A lot of people don't realize was on the Olympic basketball team for Japan, and Tenryu was a Yokozuna champion, sumo wrestler. And what's good with those guys is that they were good top guys. I never had a problem with either one of them. You know what I mean? I have never had a problem with either one of them. Hawk had a few issues with Jumbo. I mean, Hawk literally one time, it's taboo when you're over there to damage anything that is the Japanese. And we were in a small building in the locker room, and Jumbo never screwed up my spots, but he always messed with Hawk. He would not be there, or he would dead-ass Hawk on the press slam, or he would do something. He just never was there. And one time we're on a tour after about 4 weeks. And 4 weeks is a long time to be away from home. And you're working every night, sometimes twice on Sunday. And Jumbo kept screwing up, and Hawk came back from the match, kicked open their locker room door. The glass shattered all over the place, and looks right at Jumbo. He says, "Listen," and they play like they didn't understand English. Hawk goes, "I know you understand my English. You noodle." They called him really a noodle sucking, you know what? Oh yeah. I said, "No, you didn't just call him a noodle sucker, right?" And with another expletive deletive behind it, you know. And but from that point on, Jumbo never screwed up. I mean, Jumbo was, legitimate 6'6", 6'7", 250, 260. I mean, and Jumbo can go, and Tenryu can go. We worked for Tenryu throughout the years, whether we were the All Japan or whether he did one. He had War and Roses, and he had like 3 or 4 companies. Tenryu did. They were both 2 of the top guys ever. And throw Riki Choshu in the mix, throw Fujinami in the mix. I mean, we had some great matches over there. Even Giant Baba himself, I got in the ring with.
All right, let's see. Matt, what does it mean to produce a Conrad show? What exactly do you do for them?
Oh, well, what I get is let's say Bruce. I get Conrad and Bruce talking. That's all I get. So everything else is me, whether it's putting the intro on, putting commercials in, putting sound beds in, clipping stuff out once in a while on a show if something was said that might not want to make air. All those things are involved in producing those shows. It's a few hour process. It used to take a lot longer, but now that I do 4, I think, because 83 weeks Arn, What Happened When, and Something to Wrestle With. I just get the straight audio from them, and that's all it is them talking. So everything else you hear is stuff I have to put on.
Okay. Now now Animal, when how do you get told that you can't use the Iron Man song anymore?
Well, when they want $10,000 a time copyright to use it, that pretty much answers that. They said you could use it. We just want $10,000 a time you play it. We said, nah, we don't need it that bad.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I mean, and to be honest with you, okay, I'm a rock and roll guy. Okay, as you can probably tell, where the music would kind of fit us, right? But Iron Man was kind of like a dead song at that time.
Yeah. And
we kind of revived it a little bit, and it was getting seen on Georgia Championship Wrestling every weekend. So I mean, right. I don't know what they complain about. The Black Sabbath Paranoid album sales started going through the roof again, so they should have been happy.
So do they contact you, or do they contact NWA and tell them to tell you?
Excuse me?
Do they contact you personally?
No, they contacted the office.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
They contacted the office and they said, "Hey, man, you guys can't use that music anymore." So I said, "All right." So then we just went out without it for a while. I think it was around that time where we did that stupid song with Jimmy Hart. Have you guys ever seen it? There's gonna be a rumble tonight.
Right.
That was our song. He actually wrote the music for Terry Funk and then threw in some lyrics for us because we were trying to find another way to get music. And at the time, it wasn't like it is now, making music.
Hold on. Let's see. Animal, how do you feel about other wrestlers added to the LOD like Draws, Heidenreich, Sasaki?
Well, all it means to me is that it was a compliment to the gimmick because they wanted to try to keep it going. You know what I mean? And it was so out there with the face paint and haircuts and everything else. Draws was actually there for a backup to Hawk because that angle they did with Hawk doing all the drugs and all that stuff, that was really close to home, and they probably shouldn't have done it. But we were getting the age of darkness, they called it. They were going dark, Vince said. So, they went ahead and did the stuff about Hawk. So Draws was the backup to that. And then Heidenreich was the fill-in. And then when Sasaki was when Hawk never came back. When we did that London show at the stadium, at Wembley Stadium, that drew 90,000 people, right? We were supposed to be one of the last matches for the titles, but Hawk was inebriated, so we went on like first or second. And kind of gotten away a little bit, and then he quit right after that. We all were in Hershey, Pennsylvania, ready to do TV. He never came back. He took off, and then the Japanese asked him to do something, so that's why they did the Hellraiser gimmick, and he was with Kensuke. Kensuke was a good kid. We helped Kensuke train and work out over there. We taught him how to lift weights and everything else in Japan anyway. So it wasn't like he was distant. I mean, from the word go, the Japanese was calling me, wanting to get back together anyway. And because I was on a disability claim, there's no way I could go back to work. Once you file it, you got to go the whole term. So,
let's see here. Animal, how is your son preparing for football season during this difficult time?
well, he doesn't have to worry about doing all the workouts and all that kind of stuff to get ready anyway. You know, he's doing his ESPN broadcast from his house. He got a remote unit, and he's doing his ESPN every day from his house. So his job is to study film. So he studies film on all the guys that got drafted, that on which team and what game's coming up that weekend, and he's got to know. He's a film nut anyway. He likes to watch football film and likes to watch that kind of stuff. So that part's easy for him.
All right. And one more here for Animal. How did Hawk feel about the drug angle?
Well, originally, they wanted to do it with me. And I told Vince no. I said, I got a kid in high school. I got one in junior high, and I got one in elementary school. And I'm not putting them through that. Even though it's a work, I'm not going to have them be an ass and have the teachers looking at them like the dad's a messed up thing. And Hawk was just coming back, I think, from his third suspension. And Hawk volunteered and said, I'll do it. And to be honest with you, listen, I know it's entertainment, but I thought the whole thing was done in bad taste. That's just my honest opinion.
Let's see. Joel, how did you feel about the various ECW reunion shows? Did they celebrate, enhance, or hamper the legacy of the promotion?
I had a great time at all of the ones that I did. I don't think any of them hampered the legacy. I think, all of the ones I did, Francine's one, I did the first Hardcore Homecoming. I did the first ECW One Night Stand with WWE. And the TNA one. Nothing bad to report about those. I think they all felt fun. They all felt like kind of high school reunion. I think they were all done to show ECW in a positive light. I think not a bad thing to say about any of them.
Okay. Matt, do you have anyone that you would have written an intro for? Like, who did you that you grew up, that you idolized growing up?
Oh my God.
That you watched?
Man, I would have loved, I would have loved to have a shot at doing some of these songs, like when the Road Warriors could not use Iron Man anymore, and to give them something fresh. Because a lot of times what they did is they would give them a song that sounded like Iron Man. Like I remember the WCW one, instead of dun 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 dun, it was like dun 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 dun. I think you could have had a fresh, different approach. I would have loved a chance to do something like that, and I would still like to do something like that. But man, I guess my favorite wrestler growing up was Paul Mr. Wonderful Orndorff. So if I could choose someone in history to do one for, it would be Paul Mr. Wonderful Orndorff.
Now,
let me interject there. I'll agree with you, man. What was that song in ECW after they told us we couldn't use Iron Man? You had to change the song. You had to change every fourth lick in the song. I know nothing about music. All they know is you had to change every fourth lick, whatever that means. So I went in Paisley Studios up there that Prince owns, because I knew Prince because we did a lot of stuff. We sponsored a lot of stuff with Zubaz when we had Zubaz company with Prince. Prince, the Minnesota guy. So I went into his studio and I changed it every fourth lick. And instead of it saying, I am Iron Man, we are Iron Men. That was my voice on the synthesizer doing it, Oh, wow. And I knew nothing about what I was doing. So I actually went in there one day with Jimmy Hart. I said, Jimmy, we got to change this. I want the same beat. I was either going to stick with that at that particular time, or I think it was Sad But True with Metallica, that kind of beat.
Right.
Where it kicks in real hard. I wanted to do something. I wish I would have known you back then. We would have used you, because we knew nobody. I mean, it was funny. All the guys that we knew, too, that we did appearances with, like Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis and the Janet Jackson stuff, and all these guys that we knew, we couldn't get a hold of them to redo music. and we were in such a time crunch to get something out there quick. So I did it one of my days off. We were on that 14-3 with WWF at the time, or I think WCW. And then I went in there one day, I had my day off, and just try to make it as best I could.
Over at Paisley Park Studios.
Yeah.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Now, did anyone ever reach out? Like, did any bands ever reach out to you to try to get you to use their music?
No, man, no, nobody ever reached.
I'm surprised.
It wasn't that prevalent back then.
Right.
There was maybe 5 guys using music. At a particular time, then everybody started using it more when they started seeing the crowd reaction. I mean,
yeah.
Ours was one of the few that as soon as they start hearing that drum beat, like in Japan, when they started hearing that drum beat, everybody ran like the parting of the Red Sea, because they knew if you get closer, you're getting spiked. I would literally watch ladies drop babies and run out of the way. Seriously, man. Yeah, it was pretty crazy.
Jason wants to know, was Prince a big wrestling fan?
I don't know if he was a big wrestling fan, but he was really big on Minnesota companies all doing something together. And like, for instance, when he would when we did the NFL, Zubaz hosted part of the NFL experience. It was in Minneapolis at the time, and Prince did a concert that didn't start till like 2 a.m. But the way he did it, he gave everybody a DVD of his new album. That was your ticket to get in. So he sent us to Zubaz. I think he sent us like 10 DVDs. So we ended up going to it because we sponsored some of the clothing, all the clothing for the NFL experience at the time, right? For the guys that come in. We probably had 500 guys come in the league and pretty much wiped out all our inventory there in Brooklyn Park, Minnesota. So, but Prince was, when I played junior college ball in Minnesota football, a couple guys on my team went to high school with Prince. And they told me back then, they said, man, we got this guy cat in our class. They called himself Prince. He's going to be huge someday. And I'm going, yeah, right. Shut up. Bro, he became one of the hottest superstars ever.
Right.
It was a pretty cool concert, though, man. For me to go in there and see Boyz II Men and Will Smith and guys like me in there, which was really ironic, me being in there with rappers and stuff, and then Tony Robbins of all people. We stuck out like sore thumbs, but it was a great experience. I mean, everybody recognized the Mohawk, so it was pretty cool.
That's awesome. Let's see.
Little dog over there, I want to choke. Hey.
Somebody wants to know, did you feel like Powers of Pain and Demolition were a ripoff of the Road Warriors?
No, man, neither one of those guys were ripoff. Listen, all 4 of those guys are my friends. Barry, Smash and Demolition, I've known since I was 17. So, I mean, how could you get mad at them? Right? Yep. I helped Warlord get into the wrestling business. Barb is one of the greatest guys around ever. And so is Bill Eadie. Bill Eadie, when I wrestled him a bunch of times when he was a mass superstar. And he was no slouch, let me tell you, either. Man, he let you know he was in the ring. But, yeah, man, all those guys, I looked at it a different way. As long as you come talk to me about something, I'm cool. Okay. Besides that, I don't know the face paint thing. I mean, listen, the Missing Link had face paint before me.
Right.
Nobody knew about it because it wasn't international. We were the first ones to go nationwide with it, And whenever you're the first at anything that's successful, you're always remembered. That's like someone asked me a question on Facebook the other day about Hulk Hogan. And I actually heard people on Facebook were ripping him a new butthole. And I said, hold on a second, man. None of you fans would even be here today if it wasn't for Hulk Hogan. I would have never got the push I had if it wasn't for Hulk Hogan. He opened up so many doors for everybody. You got to give him the props for that. All of us on here right now as a result of what Hogan paved the road for all that. He opened up so many avenues for us all, interview-wise, music-wise, muscular guys getting a chance-wise,
Yeah, absolutely. Couple more questions here, and then we'll let you guys get out of here. Joel, what's your favorite promo that you cut in ECW?
Wow. My favorite. It's like choosing between brain children. We had one that we cut on the Public Enemy that was kind of fun, where something like Johnny Grunge smells like a dead skunk up a coyote's ass, something with I don't like every nasty thing that I could think of about grunge. We said it, but it was just formed in such a concise, it was, I guess, the best aesthetically way to hear something that's so god darn nasty that there was that one. And then out of all the different limerick ones, there's, I hate to choose between them. I don't know. Like, I appreciate that that's even a question that somebody's asking, like what my favorite one was. But I think it's more important what each individual person's favorite one is. Because for me, again, you know, the ones that I came up with, choosing between them is kind of like, it's tough to do.
Okay. Fair enough. Well, listen, I'm gonna get you guys out of here. It's 1:45. But Joel, where can people find you? What do you got coming up?
Yeah. The podcast that's up and running is the 69-minute Eargasm. You can find that everywhere: Apple, Spotify. Ask Alexa to play it; she'll play it. Wherever you get your podcast, please get that one, and please do download it. Don't just listen. There's a second podcast that I'm looking to start soon, presented by the Pod Father Conrad Thompson, an ECW themed one called Extreme Championship Wednesdays. So keep an eye out for that one. I've got a YouTube channel just called Joel Gertner. Please subscribe to that. And if you want to keep in touch with me online, Twitter is Stud Muffin Says. Instagram is Quintessential Stud Muffin.
All right. Matt, how about yourself? Where can we find your stuff if somebody needs an intro done for their podcast or something?
Well, you can see the Twitter.
Yep.
You can see the Twitter handle right there at Matt Coon Music, or you can go to thethemeguy.com. And thanks for having me on, and it's great to see all you fine folks again.
And Animal, where can we pick up those masks or anything else?
You can any of the masks, man, we got at breakneckgear.com. Breakneckgear.com. They have masks, and let me find this picture here. They're doing too. They're doing another great T-shirt that actually has spikes on the T-shirt. It's an awesome looking T-shirt. If I could find it here, I'd show you guys. I don't have it here, man, with you right now, but it's awesome. They're coming out with a T-shirt. I signed a deal with them, and it's really good stuff. And then all my other stuff, I got a slamming COVID LOD style where I got the COVID deal on my shoulders, and Hawk's giving them the Doomsday.
Okay.
And that's at prowrestlingtees.com. I think I got
right.
that.
And you also have a
slamming COVID T-shirt.
Okay. Oh, that's pretty cool.
Well, then I got all sorts of pictures that people want to come get pictures, or they want to get, like, I got these tumbler cups here. My wife's done all these cups, man. If everybody wants them, I'm getting rid of them cheap. I got a whole box of them. So just hit me up on warrior.animal@gmail.com, or hit me up on Messenger at my Joseph Laurinaitis Facebook page, or at RW Animal on Twitter. And, I got PayPal set up, and I got Venmo set up. So any of those sites, man, people can just contact me there. And, I'll arrange with you. I'll sign anything. You can send it to me, send a little money in there for postage back, and I send it right back to you the same day. I get it in and out, man. So
cool. And you have something coming. You have an autograph signing coming up on June 20th on Virtual Asylum.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do,
Okay.
man. Virtual Asylum, man. I got one next weekend. It's gonna be awesome, man. I'll have the face paint on and be ready to rock and roll. And we got some great 8x10s, some magnets, some action figures, a bunch of stuff there that they're pushing on there. So, man, everybody get ready. I'll be down there from like 6 to 10.
Cool.
Saturday
All
night.
right, guys. Well, thanks so much for being part of COVID Con Light today, and we'll hope to see you guys in the future.
All right, man. Thank you.
Thank you.
What a
All right,
rush.
take care, guys.
All right. Let's see. We got our next segment coming up right now. We're gonna bring on let's see. We're gonna bring on first here. We're gonna bring on John Cosper, the founder of COVID Con, one of the founders of COVID Con.
It was let's get a few authors together and let's have a Saturday and plug our books, and here we are doing it for a second time. So this is, I might have taken the idea, but Kenny took the ball and he's crossed about 4 or 5 goal lines at this point. So
All right, and let's see. We're gonna bring on here. We have Brian Sullivan, the author of Pro Wrestling FAQ. I believe he's a Connecticut guy, which I'm a Connecticut guy as well. So
I am, and it's Solomon, Eddie, not
Brian Sullivan. Sorry,
Jewish, not Irish. Just one.
my fault. And let's see. We're gonna bring on here JJ McGuire. He also helped to write the the songs that Jimmy Hart wrote the lyrics to. JJ, how are you?
What a rush, brother! He's my boy. Did his music too.
All right, and I think we're gonna bring on here last but not least the most entertaining guy on COVID Con last time, Rock Riddle.
There
Me? Direct from his palatial estate high in the hills of Hollywood, California, we present to you live and in person. Absolutely live. The diamond ringing Cadillac man, the man who possesses the body that men fear and women love, the heavenly body, the intercontinental lover, the Rolls Royce of wrestling, and pretty much anything else I can steal. Good morning. Oh, did you know what today is?
It is Flag Day.
It is Flag Day. Absolutely. In the United States of America. So from the United States, we salute our flag and we salute everyone else. How's that? While we're still able to do that.
Wow, I didn't know we were cutting promos. I would have had something ready.
Go right ahead.
No. I'm a writer, not a speaker.
Brian, for the next 45 minutes, it's Rock's world, and we're all living in it. So,
Wait, Jason said that he thought you'd never get here.
Who?
Yes, who?
He's talking to you, Rock.
Oh,
because
my goodness.
Yeah.
Well, I had to make sure that the money was in my account before I came on.
Right.
Yeah, everyone else is getting $1,700 honorarium as well, brother. Are they not? I mean, I'm not the only one.
Hey, don't laugh. We used to do photo shoots for WWE magazine sometimes where we would have to kayfabe the other guys if somebody was getting paid and the other guys weren't, especially with some of the veteran wrestlers who are more dependent on that. And I'm not going to expose anybody, but we had to keep some secrets.
I do color commentary for Empire Wrestling Federation for their television show. And back in the dressing room, Jesse Hernandez will come and he pays people cash when he gives me, and I normally have a fair amount of cash on me. And whenever he hands me the cash, I've done this several times, I palm it and I have like four $100 bills in my hand. And I say, excuse me, Jesse, I think the house is a little better than this. Did all of you get only $400 each? And I hold up my $400. And of course, they are getting less. So it's really fun. We have to have fun. Every day above ground is a good day. And isn't life still supposed to be about having fun, even with the challenges?
That's true.
Yeah.
Rock, did you ever work with the Sheik? Kenny Casanova wants to know.
The Sheik, not the Iron Sheik. The Iron Sheik many, many times. The Sheik himself, no.
Okay. We tried hard to get Scott Romer on here, and he's I got to be honest with you. Last Monday, and this is not made up at all. He had his computer had broken down about a week earlier. He had stopped posting on Facebook as of Tuesday, and he had lost his phone. Literally, me and a couple of his friends were about to do a welfare call to the Indianapolis police last Monday to make sure he was okay. And then all of a sudden, he calls me, hey, did you call? I'm like, are you kidding me? But we had tried real hard to get him on here. In his earliest days, Scott had actually taken photos of the Sheik at ringside and been chased around the ring quite a few times for his trouble. So we try to get him on here to share some stories about Sheik as well.
I just spoke to Scott a couple of weeks ago. I interviewed him for the book that I'm writing about the Sheik. He has some great stories. Boy.
Yeah.
JJ, can you talk about your experience with the Hulk Hogan Wrestling Boot Band?
Sure, brother. Got a call one day, and it was Jimmy Hart. We were coursing the Gentrys together back in the 70s, ancient times. But being in the Wrestling Boot Band was really something. I tell you what, we went down to Florida. We went over to Hulk. I had a beach house where he and Brutus were over there, and Jimmy and I showed up. We went in. I had a little portable studio setup that I took with me. And we set up in the beach house, and they ate tuna fish sandwiches all day. And we sat down there, and I put the music together, and Jimmy put the lyrics together, and I helped made a few suggestions. Next thing you know, voila, we were the Wrestling Booth band. Yeah, it was fun.
Let's see. Tom Sherlock wants to know, question for Hurricane JJ, what is the best intro music and why is it American Males?
I think he means American Made.
Oh, American Males.
American Males. Yeah, that's
Did
Jimmy
you
Hart
write
doing that background part. Well, people ask me all the time, what's your favorite theme, brother? I'll be honest with you, I really love them all, but Water Rush and Demolition are two of my favorites. And of course, American Made that I did for, WCW. We had to come up with something that was in the vein of Real American with fabulous themes. And of course, Rick Derringer, on Demolition, actually, I wrote the whole thing. Jimmy wrote the lyrics. I played all the original instruments and played it for Jimmy in the final cut. And Jimmy says, leave that bridge out, McGuire, where it goes, demolition, you ain't no magician. It's just two chords right there. Jimmy said, leave that off, McGuire. I said, well, that's not a complete song. Don't worry about it. He said, Derringer will put those two chords in the middle and we'll split a writer's credit with an icon. As usual, Jimmy Hart's a genius. He was exactly right. That's what we did. And that's one of my favorites as well.
It's a great song.
It's hard to say. I enjoyed all of them. And like I said, I didn't write that music. Jimmy and I didn't put things together really for our ego. We put it together for the fans' ego. Because if you notice all the music that Jimmy and I did, it's a variety, everything from rap to country to rock to you name it. Had to really come up with a lot of genres. But I was classically trained, so I kind of had a grip on, very styles, whatever. And that's just how it went, and we were really lucky. We got in there during a time that the future icons, to be were there. And we got a good chance, ran with it. And I just figured it'd be something I'd do. Did the first 3 songs on the Pile Driver album. I figured, well, that's it. That's enough. And still to this day, it's still being played and used. People tell me all the time they enjoy it. And that really makes me happy because I did it all to, make people happy. I didn't get into this really. There's a lot of people get into it for liquor and the wine, the women, and the song. But I got into it for the song and the excitement of the fans. They're what's important. We wouldn't even be here talking if it wasn't for the fans. Let's face it, nobody'd want to look at a book, want to hear about a history, or listen to a wrestling song. I just would like to say that wrestling is really a powerful force, and we were lucky and still are lucky to be a part of all that excitement. Really, thank you.
Yeah, no, that's great. Let's see. Another question. Somebody wants to know, JJ, love to know your memories of promoting music in any of your international media appearances.
Well, we were in over 170 countries, and it's funny to watch. They'd be sitting in the back dubbing, like have 170 guys or 70 people or whatever back there doing it in different languages. Tito would be back there doing, commentary in that language. The scope of the whole thing, I didn't realize how big the scope of it was until I was at SummerSlam 91, and I sat out there I was in the back, I was front, I was in the audience, I had full access, sit with Vince and the guys for a while, and Pat Patterson, and watch it on the monitors, and run out there and be a part of the action, and I looked to my left, and there's people sitting there that barely had shoes on their feet. And on my right were these ladies that were in mink coats and wearing diamond rings. And I sat there and I thought to myself, wow, the scope of this thing's a lot wider and bigger than I ever figured. I guess this is pretty exciting. But I would never think that this many years later that people would really be interested in everything. I just thought it would be something of the time. And thank you very much. Good night. But obviously we must have all done something pretty good. And the boys did great. Entertaining, with everything, and we just tried to give our all. And like Honky said the other day, I was talking to him. He said, McGuire, we didn't think it would last that long, so we gave it 200%. So we figured it'd be a short run. But obviously, thanks to the fans, the people still like it, still a part of all this excitement.
And Brian, what were your experiences when you wrote the book that you had recently produced? The Pro Wrestling FAQ, I believe it was.
Yeah, Pro Wrestling FAQ was one that came out about 5 years ago, but that
Yep.
was sort of like I wanted that to be the ultimate, like single volume reference book on professional wrestling. And people, when I used to work at WWE, and at the time that I was there, I was in the publications department, and I sort of got this reputation for being like the walking wrestling encyclopedia. Like I remember Howard Finkel, rest his soul, who was the walking wrestling encyclopedia in that company. He kind of took me under his wing, and he sort of, he kind of helped put me over in that way. So everybody kept telling me, you should write a book about the history of wrestling. Everywhere I went, you need to write a book. You need to write a book. And so that book gave me the chance to finally do it. I had a friend over at the publishing company, Hal Leonard, that put that book out. And they were doing like a series of FAQ books, like, Rolling Stones FAQ, Star Wars FAQ, whatever. And when it came time to do the wrestling FAQ, he said, look, I have this guy who is like born to write this book. Let me get a hold of him. He's like the biggest wrestling, fact trivia savant that you could think of. And they brought me on board, and it was a labor of love. I mean, people say with wrestling books that the best-selling ones are the ones that are like autobiographies or that are personality driven. And to a certain extent, that's true. But I mean, I really put my heart and soul in that book, Pro Wrestling FAQ. If people want just like an ultimate reference guide in one book of the whole history of the business of pro wrestling, every aspect I could cram into that book, it's in there. I mean, I'm really proud of it.
Let's see, Brian, when is the Sheik book coming out?
So the Sheik book, this is the original Sheik. Now, I just want to be clear on that. That is, some things are a little up in the air because of COVID. Like I'm working on it right now. I'm in the research phase, kind of transitioning into the writing phase of it right now. And that's why I've finished. Like I just said, I interviewed Scott a couple of weeks ago. He's one of the last interviews I did. So right now, there's not a firm date, but I would say 2021 is definitely, probably late 2021 is when this book is going to be hitting shelves, because there's a whole, copy editing process. Getting the photography is going to be interesting. But this is the fun part for me now. I'm still in the writing phase. So I'd say probably about a year from now to a year and a half from now is when the book will be out. But I mean, I'm just going to keep updating people on it. And just so people know, the title of the book is Blood and Fire, The Unbelievable True Story of Wrestling's Original Sheik.
Nice.
Okay.
ECW Press is putting it out. They do a lot of really great wrestling books. So I'm really proud to be hooked up with them for this.
Let's see, Rock, where do you rate John Tolos among the all-time greats?
John Tolos and I, as you know, held the America's Tag Team Championship. And the truth be told, I did not carry him. He held his own. John Tolos is one of the very best, I think. Super guy. I miss him. At his funeral, I expected it to be a lot grander, a lot more people than it was, but I was certainly certainly happy to have been able to be a part of it and say hello to the people who were there. So John Tolos, amongst the upper people in this industry. I don't know what else to say about John. Super guy. Miss him. Yes, whatever. There's someone who just commented also.
Let's see, JJ, do you have any awesome Gentry's road stories?
You mean any that I can tell here? Yeah. Well, we met a lot of celebrities, in the Gentry. Lana Turner, for all of those that are old enough to know. We were in West Palm Beach playing the Big Daddy's Corporation. We had a contract with them. It was a series of nightclubs that were attached to a liquor store, whatever. We had an exclusive contract with them to travel all over Florida. One day we were riding down the road going to eat lunch before going over to the club to practice in the afternoon. And we look out and we see this big yacht out there in the bay, and this sexy looking middle-aged woman, kind of looked like at the time, this mid-70s, earlier 70s. And one of the guys said, "Hey, look, that's Lana Turner, and she likes young guys." I went, "Hey, okay, let's go see." But she already had a bunch of buff guys on the boat with her, So I thought that was pretty cool. And I said, "Well," and she waved at us. We said, "Lana, Lana," like Mark, we were waving at her, "Lana, Lana." like, come on over, and but we had these hunky guys all around her and everything. So we were hungry, so we opted out on Lana Turner for eating lunch. So that was a big miss. But there was a lot of experiences like that with a lot of celebrities. I met more great movie stars and celebrities through wrestling than anything I've ever done in my life. It's unbelievable how the big celebrities like Sylvester Stallone and so forth, how they really loved wrestling. Sly went to every Madison Square Garden show. That's that Thunderlips role that Hulk had in number 3, Rocky 3, was launched his career way over the top. And Vince didn't want him to do it to start with. No, you're not a movie star. You're a wrestler. But Hulk said, well, he said, I'm going to do it regardless, even if I have to lose this job. But it wound up being a boon for not only WWF and or whatever, everybody, So, yeah, there were a lot of great road experiences. Too many to tell here, but you can read about a lot of them. In the time that I shot pool with the great one, Jackie Gleason. I worked with Bob Hope and so on and so forth. It's all in my book, My Life in Heavenstown. It's on Amazon, and you can get it right now. And it's not just about wrestling, but it's about my experience living in Hollywood and working with everybody from Prince to who I said. And, there's something in there for everyone, even if you don't care at all about wrestling. This book will be, I think, entertaining for you and all ages. So get the book, and pretty soon I may have a T-shirt.
Cool.
Now, John, how did you and JJ get together to write the book? How did that project come about?
I was Robin Nelson introduced us, wasn't it, JJ? And he was
Originally,
I think it was Robin that introduced us. And
well, yes, it's true.
But I say JJ was working on his with Jim Phillips of Gorilla Position, and
Right.
they've been working for a while. So when the two of us got introduced, it was really just more, hey, you might want to hear this guy's stories and stuff. So we talked a couple times by phone, and we worked a comic convention down in Central Kentucky and everything. And things just kind of came around, and the opportunity was there. Jim wasn't quite ready to move on, and JJ was, and Jim was incredibly gracious and great to work with, and the transition and everything. And he contributed some stuff to the book, and also he had the foreword that Jimmy Hart wrote for the book. Jim had already taken care of that, so greatly appreciated all of his help in handing that off. So we had a great experience, and I enjoy working with great storytellers, and we've just scratched the surface on JJ's stuff, but it is a really fun read about wrestling and music and Hollywood, and he's got some great celebrity stories from when he worked at Glen Sound back in the '80s as well, and some people he just happened to encounter here and there while he was living in LA.
Okay.
That's right, baby. That's right.
Hold on. Somebody wants to know. They were shocked to hear about the story of Abdullah. Did the Sheik have any issues with hepatitis? It's hard to believe wrestlers can stay away with that much color they got back then.
Well, I can say just from the research I've done, that I have not seen one whiff of that with Sheik, of any kind of issue of with all the bleeding that he did. And which is admittedly hard to imagine, because he got color in almost every single match, especially in the last, I would say, from about 1960 on, he certainly was. But I have not, I don't know about anyone else here, but I've never heard of that with the Sheik being an issue at all. I know Abdullah it was, but I've heard about that with some other guys, but never the Sheik, which is crazy, because I can't think of anybody who bled as much as he did.
Well, Jimmy Hart had hepatitis when we were in the Gentry, and he almost died. And he had to be flown back to Memphis on a med pack. He was really close to death, and so of course, I took over some of the vocal work, and our guitar player, Wes Stafford, took over some of it and finished out a series of 3 gigs that we had. But that hepatitis was rampant during the 70s, because the bar scene was big. And what happened is that he accidentally picked up the first Coca-Cola, no alcohol in it or whatever, but that's how he figured that he came down with it. But he and I always we would share rooms together because we would work on the music, at night and plan out what we were going to do, and I'm surprised that I never came down with it because I was more less 6 feet, 10 feet away from it at all times. That hepatitis is mean, and I've never heard too many stories about too many of the wrestlers having it, but boy, Jimmy Hart got it in the Gentry, and it almost took my best friend right out of the picture.
I know Abdullah had it. I think Cowboy Bob Orton had it at one point. I remember when I was at WWE, that came up as an issue because he was in Randy's corner, and so that had to be something that was publicly divulged. I think maybe Superstar Graham. See, the thing is, I think the reason you don't see it as much as you would think you would, and you definitely don't see it these days, is because I think since the 80s, certainly since the AIDS epidemic, there's been a lot of care about having double juicing in a match. You don't really see, whereas you used to see a lot more matches where both guys would have color. You don't really see that anymore. It's usually, I don't want to say every time, but it's like 99% of the time when there is, it's only one guy. And at least if it's, intentional, of course. And the reason for that is, obviously you don't want to be contracting anything through the blood. But I think, let's say like mid 80s, they were certainly less aware or cautious about that.
Rock, do you have any stories of matches that you were involved in where there was a lot of color going on?
Can you see the dent in the middle of my forehead? Okay. If you look very close, you can see hundreds of scars all over my beautiful face. I've got a different story that might be of interest. You mentioned Sylvester Stallone. Would you like to hear a Sly Stallone story? Everyone in unison say, no, Riddle, let's do something else.
Yes.
I met him at Holiday Spa when I was working out there. Okay, fine. You're on delay, right? So we're saying something, and 10 seconds later, you're getting it. Okay. I'm in Holiday Spa. I'm working out. It was just across the street from the Chinese Theater at that point. This is before Sly had ever done anything, just during the time he was about to do Rocky. So I'm down doing bench presses, and this guy in the gym has boxing shorts on. Looks really out of place. And he walks up to me, and he says, hey. And I'm looking at this guy. Why is this guy coming up to me? No gay guys have ever found me attractive, so that's probably not it. So he says, hey, name's Stallone. I said, okay, like I care. And then as he continued, he told me that his first name was Sylvester. And I said, oh, this is great. Here's a real nutcase who named himself after a cartoon character, and he wants to talk to me. Anyway, he has a strange sense of humor. So do I. We got to the point that he would come in, and we hung out there a lot. We met a lot of times at the gym and would work out together and stuff. He would come up to one piece of equipment, and I would say, hey, I'm using that. He said, no, you're using that. I said, I'm supersetting. Don't get on the machine. And he would go to the next machine. And I would say, hey, I'm using that too. Double supersetting. And then he would stand up and I would stand up, and we would come like this, and we would get nose to nose. And I remember saying, stand up when you talk to me, boy. I'm so grateful. He's a little bit shorter than me. And people in the gym at the beginning, they literally stood up and started backing away from us, knowing that some sort of a punch is going to come at any moment, until we got to the point that we couldn't keep a straight face anymore. And then they were upset when we laughed. I was going to do a project. I'll just tell you one fast story that I was told in the gym. Sly Stallone, after he's done Rocky, he's gone to the White House. He has an Academy Award, all this sort of thing. He says, hey, Rock. I said, yeah. He said, I'm not, explain something to me here. Terry Funk and we were in Texas. And we're walking down the street. I'm on the cover of every magazine and every newspaper, and people would see us, and they'd rush toward us and push me out of the way to get to Terry. And I said, and Sly, you want to know why that is? He says, yeah. I said, Sly, you are only a movie star. Terry Funk is real. And he got it. And I think that what I was saying at that point, he totally grasped it. And I think if Sly had been a little bigger, in stature, little taller, little bigger. If he could have a choice, he would have become a professional wrestler instead of a movie star. I think that's how much he loved the wrestling business. Anyway, that was just a short story. I can tell you many more about him and lots of other people. Say again?
He'd have a good chance today. You don't have to be a big guy today.
Oh, yes.
Over the top, wrestlers.
He
I
could
would-
be
You know
Daniel.
who I'm talking about. The new generation.
Hey, at the height of my career, I weighed 236 pounds of twisted steel and sex appeal with an 18 and a half inch arm, cold, natural. And I was the smallest, just about the smallest person with whom I ever worked. I mean, I was smaller than just about everybody. So it's really strange now to watch little people in the ring. And I don't mean like dwarfs. I mean like people who weigh less than 200 pounds. I said, wait a minute, how can you be a professional wrestler? It just it still doesn't compute with me.
I remember like about 30 years ago when WCW introduced a light heavyweight title, or they brought it back. I remember them saying that the cutoff weight, whether it's worked or not, but saying that the cutoff weight was 235 for light heavyweight. And now WWE has their cruiserweight, which is sort of the equivalent, and their cutoff is 205.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, think of that's a 30-pound shift that's happened where if you're over 205, you're a heavyweight. And now, you're considered a heavyweight.
I don't know. I don't know what's happening to our business.
Yeah.
Okay, I have stories about everybody. If you want another
Yeah.
story,
Yeah,
if there's a lull, I can
hear
keep things
stories.
going. What?
Let's hear some stories. That's why we have you on.
Well, who do you want to hear about? You want to hear the rest of the stories? I'll
have
give you
any-
another
do you
story
know-
about. Go ahead.
Do you have any Jimmy Snuka stories?
I was asked years ago, Rock, did you ever wrestle Jimmy Superfly Snuka? And my response was, we never thought it was a big deal who we wrestled most of the time. A lot of the times we never knew the name of the person we saw them for the first time as they came from way, way, way across the arena on their way to the ring. So I've wrestled hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people whose names I don't know. So if I had to give you a yes or a no, whether I'd wrestled Superfly Jimmy Snuka, I'd have to give you a no. 3 weeks after I said that in my Hollywood office, I received a delivery. It was a DVD, Rock Riddle versus Jimmy Snuka, Cow Palace, San Francisco. I said, okay, I vaguely remember that. And okay, there's this guy coming off the top rope. I vaguely remember that. I still have no idea how many times we may have worked with each other, wrestled each other. I don't really have very much more about Snuka. Give me somebody else. Okay, fine.
Andre the Giant?
That was the first.
Okay, let's do Andre.
That was the first theme.
Andre the Giant.
Snuka was the first theme that I wrote for WWE.
Oh, wow.
WWF that's me going super fly. And I played it all, did it in my mother and father's bedroom. They turned it over to me, and I had my studio set up in there. And those first themes were done at home, in the bedroom, essentially. The Beefcake theme, and but Snuka was the first WWF theme that I did, and I played everything on it. As most of the stuff was. There weren't any lyrics on that one, but that was the first theme that I did for WWF.
Excellent. All right, here's an Andre the Giant story. I think it may have been Chicago's International Amphitheater. It's one of those huge buildings where the dressing rooms seem like they're a quarter of a mile away, and there may be a tunnel or some way that the referee would go back and forth to take messages. The referee came into my dressing room, into the bad guys' dressing room. You see, I'm old school. I hate to even say he's heel. But they came into the referee came in, and he says, Rock, I have a message for you from Andre. This is the first time you're wrestling him. Okay, Andre says he's afraid of you. Okay, wait a minute. Yeah. Andre the Giant is afraid of me. So I questioned the referee. I said, now, think back. What were his exact words? And the referee says, I think that that Andre says, I'm afraid I'm going to kill that Riddle guy. I said, well, that's a little bit different. Okay. Andre had a great, wonderful sense of humor. Andre has me up for like a body slam. I have tights and trunks. He has his thumb inside of the top of my tights. And he's looking up at me, grinning, while he's pushing the tights toward my ankles. How's that? And I'm grabbing my tights, trying to hold on to them so he can't pull them off. And he's just laughing. He thinks it's so funny. Then when he's ready, he just goes, whoop. And I remember this so vividly. I'm in the air saying, okay, eventually I'm going to hit. Eventually I'm going to hit. I hope I'm going to be able to get up. Gosh, it's taking a long time. I'm still in the air. Boom. Okay, I'm still alive. And then Andre, with his 525 pounds, steps on my stomach with both shoes, both feet. And I was like, thank you very much, Andre. I have a number of Andre stories. It's such a beautiful man, such an amazing person. And I remember him coming to my office one time after he had basically retired, and just to say hello. The office doors open. I worked long hours. I decided that I'm going to go downstairs to the coffee shop, get some coffee. Elevator doors open, and I'm looking at someone's sternum. And then I look up, and it's Andre. And I think simultaneously I jumped up in the air, and he grabbed me like this, like a little baby. Andre was, again, beautiful man. I miss him. So many of the legends, so many of the best in the business are gone. It's very sad. So I'll take this as an opportunity to say to all of the fans, if you ever want to meet, fill in name of blank, name of person you watched growing up wrestling. And you're thinking, well, gee, maybe September at the Cauliflower Alley reunion, caulifloweralleyclub.org in Vegas. Maybe I could go there and I'll see Terry Funk. I'll get to meet Terry. Oh, well, maybe, I don't know, with this virus and stuff, maybe I'll just wait another year. Well, I pray, I hope that Terry will be there the following year and the year after that and the year after that and the year after that. However, there are a lot of people who will not be there this year, who were there last year, and they are no longer on this planet. So make it a priority. Meet your heroes in the entertainment industry. Meet your heroes in the wrestling business. Don't put it off. There are no excuses. There's my little plug for that. Yeah. And I have no financial interest. I pay my dues just like everybody else. I pay for the reunion dinner and the awards dinner banquet just like everybody else. It was great.
I will say CAC is worth the trip out there. If you're a fan and you just want to immerse yourself in the wrestling business and wrestling history for a couple of days, I mean, just go and, hang out. And I mean, you're going to see legends. You're going to see future legends. Some of the people that come in, there's people come in all across the country to work those wrestling shows on Sunday and Monday night. You're going to get to see like Santana Jackson. Everybody's seen the guy doing the Michael Jackson DDT. He was out there. And, there was a whole group that went from Cincinnati with Cody Hawk last year, like Shauna Reed. And these are people you're going to see coming up. Heather Reckless is one that I saw last year. I think very highly of her. I think you'll see down the road. But, and again, like you said, I got to talk to Dory Funk Jr. I got to ask him, hey, did you know there's a guy named Billy Tom who was the wrestling coach at Indiana University way back in the day and wrestled in Louisville. And I asked if he had any Billy Tom stories. And, you just get to see and meet so many people, and they're there, and everybody's there to shake hands. Everybody's there to take pictures. It's a very friendly, very welcoming atmosphere. It is absolutely worth your time to go if you can ever get out there to CAC.
Yeah. Let me tell you another reason why it's worthwhile, in addition to the obvious. It was put together originally as a sort of a private, open to the wrestlers and their families. So it was a wrestlers reunion. It was not a fan fest. It is still not a fan fest. It still concentrates on the reunion of the boys, seeing the other wrestlers, seeing the people we haven't seen for years, and hugging everybody and catching up on stories. Now, they have begun letting fans attend. So if you are a fan and not a wrestler, this is probably the best opportunity you'll have to see wrestlers who are not defensive. Oh my gosh, here's another fan fest with a bunch of marks coming in, a bunch of Bezarks, a bunch of fans. So now, if you can meet these people, you can meet them as people, you can meet them in an atmosphere where it's not like so much a fan fest, but where they would be a little more open, I think, or a lot more open. And just go up to someone and tell them. We all need to be acknowledged. We all need to know that we are appreciated. Go up to anyone, shake their hands, and say, if it's Terry Funk, Terry, you have no idea how important you are in my life. I watched you. I grew up with you. I feel like your family. I never had the opportunity to say thank you. And watch him. You'll touch him. You'll touch his heart. It must be sincere. Movie stars, the same thing. I should put the spotlight on myself since I'm here.
I was really looking forward to going in April. That was going to be my first time going, and then this all happened. So I mean, I'm still planning to go in September, but boy, it really bummed me out when it didn't happen. And I agree with Rock though what he said too about specifically somebody like Terry Funk or whatever, because it's true. I mean, look at the people even just in the past year, or even recent weeks that we've lost who were regular attendees. And Terry, I spoke to him again, another person I talked to for the Sheik book, and I had spoken to him a bunch of times when I worked for WWE years ago. And I was a little bit saddened to hear him because I know he lost his wife recently, and it's hit him very hard. And I know he's had some health issues, and he was not as I remembered him from, say, 15 years ago or so. And so that's very much a reason, like I would say, to take the time now while you can. I mean, I'm hoping that he can make it to the show in September, to the reunion, because I would love to talk to him again in person. He really is a very nice, down-to-earth man, very sweet man.
He is scheduled to be one of the hosts there in September.
Good.
I saw him just before this weirdness happened and shut down, so to speak. And in fact, right there, rockriddle.info, if you go there, look at the video page, look at the bottom of the page, that's a recent video. I think that was January this year with Terry Funk. So, by the way, Terry was the person who decades and decades ago in the dressing room said, you watch. One day we're all going to be like rock stars. And we thought it was crazy. And he was right. Because we never put any importance on what we were doing. Going to go in, getting wrestled, go to the next city the next day, whatever, the next night. Doesn't matter. I wrestled this guy. I don't know what his name is. And then we sort of approached it that way, and we didn't realize that what we did 30 years ago, 20, 30 years ago, whatever, is now a big deal.
Yeah.
So
I wanted to say something about that if there's a minute, because I remember too, Rock, when you just said before, when someone asked you if you had wrestled Snuka and you honestly didn't remember, right?
Right.
I've interviewed hundreds and hundreds of wrestlers for magazines and websites, and I have found this to be true. There's such a difference between the older generation and the younger generation of wrestlers. I think that the younger generation think of it more as fans, whereas the older, and I'll explain what I mean by that, and the older generation think of it more as professionals. And I don't mean that as a knock, but I mean, like, for example, when I would interview young wrestlers, and I'd say, wrestlers who broke in, let's say, from the 90s beyond, they could tell you chapter and verse every title they won, who they won with from, almost like the way a fan would. They knew like what championship it was and how long they held it for and all this stuff. I would talk to some of the older guys. Like, I remember we did a story with Ric Flair talking about his 16 world titles. And he finally had to stop me and say, look, if you say it's true, I believe you. I don't remember. I don't know who, I don't know what. And it wasn't just Flair. It was a lot of guys that they would say, I have no idea. But I'll tell you what they did remember and what they did value was the houses they drew, the money they drew. They would always say, I can't remember what title, but let me tell you, in Chicago in 1979, I drew 20,000 people to such and such an arena. What they valued was the houses and the money they drew. Whereas the younger wrestlers, they talk about it almost like they're fans. They almost talk about it like they'll talk about titles they won as if, you know, they actually won them in the ring. You know, it's a strange kind of dichotomy between the older generation and the younger generation of wrestlers that I found as a journalist interviewing them.
Well, listen, guys, as we wrap here, where can we, John and JJ, where can we find the book?
JJ's book's available at eatsleepwrestle.com. I've also got Dr. D's book and Tracy Smothers, Scott Romer's, and Man Pondo's all in stock, all signed. You can also find all of our books, all the Eat, Sleep, Wrestle books on Amazon as well. Hey, look, Rock Riddle's got a book coming out. Looking forward to that one.
Oh, that's going to be such a book. Yes. Oh, my gosh, there it is.
There
Simply
it is.
Wonderful. The Choice. Serial Killer. Oh, you made it small now. I can't see it.
Oh,
Serial Killer Legend. Suicidal Legend. Welcome to my universe. And
JJ's pitching CDs down there too, so.
Oh, hold on here.
Okay, here we go. You know how it is. Got Grandma's clock here, and we've had so much fun today. I'm going to put it right behind here and let you know when you have a great time on a show like COVIDCon Light. I'm glad I didn't bring any extra calories. It's really something when time flies, when you're having a good time.
Nice.
There you go.
All right, and Brian, how about the Sheik book? Anything on that?
Okay, so the Sheik book, Blood and Fire, is going to be coming out in 2021. I'll have more info on that. I don't have a date yet, but Pro Wrestling FAQ is available on Amazon, everywhere else. I also wrote WWE Legends, which was a book I did when I worked at WWE. That's available. If people go to Facebook, if you go to Pro Wrestling FAQ on Facebook, that's where I update everything about the books. On Twitter, I'm Brian R. Solomon. On Instagram, I'm Brian Solomon, author. I also have a website. It's kind of a mouthful, but I'll try to put it out there. It's brianrsolomon.wixsite, WIXSITE.com/author. That's good luck with that one. But you can easily find me on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
Brian, upgrade that site.
I'm a cheapskate, Rock. I know it.
And Rock, when is your book out?
It's going to be late this year. I'm shooting for September. I don't know if I'm going to make it for September or not, but I will tell you this. You know how the industry looks at me and the promoters all around the world? That's how.
Of course.
I just have pictures of my family behind me. I feel really inadequate.
It's all about having
guys,
fun.
We're full of gimmicks, brother.
Thanks so much.
We got the gimmicks.
Well, thanks guys for being part of COVIDCon Light, and we'll see you guys around.
Thank you.
Thank you,
All right,
everyone.
take care, guys.
Thank you.
All right, take care, JJ. All right, we're gonna bring in Gil Colkin here and Greg Oliver from Slam here. Gil, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. And let me bring in Greg here. He's not here yet. We'll bring him in 1 second.
Okay.
Now, Gil, you just published the Mississippi Wrestling Territory, correct? The Untold Story. Is that the book that you just have out?
Yes, sir. That's the one that came out about the middle of April.
Okay. And let me bring in Greg here from SlamWrestling.net.
Eddie, I'm just having some audio issues. I can't hear you. So can you hear me?
Oh, really? Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Cam mic. Okay, camera. HB True Vision, yeah. Audio. Yeah, because it's in these speakers, so you have to go there and do.
We'll bring you out. We'll bring you back in, Greg. Jamie, how are you?
I'm
can you
good.
hear us fine? Oh yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yep. Great. Well, Jamie's from Slam as well.
Yeah, I'm the book editor for SlamWrestling.net.
Okay, and we'll get Greg on in just a few minutes here. So, Gil, while we're taking questions from Oh, actually, Wilson wants to know the book that you're, Gil, is that the one with Percy Pringle on the cover?
Yes, it is, and that's something I didn't think of till later. I didn't even put anywhere in the book who was on the cover. I just sort of assumed that everybody from Mississippi during those days would know who it was. But that's, if you can see it, that's Percy Pringle and Izzy Slapowitz, who's Jeff Smith. And they both got their names and their start here in Mississippi.
Okay.
And they had quite a few bloody feuds. Of course, Percy managed the Mongolians, Tio and Tapu, and Izzy had his Japanese wrecking crew, Mr. Fuji and Oki Shikina. So they had quite a few battles back and forth, and then individual battles between those two. It was quite a time back then.
All right, let's we're gonna bring in Greg here and see if his audio. Greg, can you hear us now?
Yeah, I can hear you now, and I hope you can hear me. So.
Yep. Yeah, it's perfect. Great. So, Greg and Jamie, you guys just launched a new site, correct? Is it slamwrestling.net? Is that the new site that you just launched?
Correct. Slamwrestling.net was spurned from the decision that Post Media, which is the largest newspaper chain in Canada, didn't want to fund the wrestling site anymore. So we struck out on our own. We're going to do the same great stuff we've always done, whether it's interviewing authors like Gil. I know your book's out there somewhere. Jamie, I don't know who's got it. I can't remember.
John's
whatever we're
that
doing.
story.
John Langmead?
Yes.
Okay. So we have a lot of people out there writing for us, and after 23 years, we have a lot of content. And the challenge of the last few weeks has been trying to get some of that content back onto the site and back up to snuff, because your HTML pages from 1998 aren't the same as what we're being delivered today.
Okay. The article that I think has been making the waves was the one that Jamie wrote about the Vince McMahon autobiography that's coming out.
Yeah, I got to touch base with the author, Abraham, and I'm going to butcher his name. It's Reisman or Reisman, and it's expected to come out in 2022. And he's a very interested guy, so people should follow him on Twitter, but he's really interested in covering McMahon. And since McMahon is such a mysterious figure in pro wrestling and pop culture, and I think he's promising to do his research, give a great analysis on Vince McMahon. So I think that's going to be a really great book to read.
Okay. So Gil, the book that you just have out, it's about the Mississippi wrestling territory, where you get to see a lot of people that I grew up with, like the JYD, the Freebirds. What made you want to write? Want to write that book? And do you have any memories of those guys?
Oh yeah, there's so many. I got involved in the promotional end of it with my father in 1974. He was a former professional wrestler during the 40s and 50s, and he started promoting Mississippi, which had been sort of dead for a while. Nobody had been promoting it for a few years, back around the mid-1960s. And he opened it back up, started out in Vicksburg, and then opened Natchez, sort of testing the waters, and it just started growing from there. So in 1974, it had gotten so big, he asked me if I wanted to join him in the promotion. I think he really needed some help, and it was really going strong then. So I said, sure. So I got in 1974, and oh gosh, back in that time, like Danny Hodge, Skandar Akbar, the Briscoes, the Funks, Dusty Rhodes, everybody that was anybody pretty much came through Mississippi. Ric Flair, Andre the Giant. It was just so many. I've met thousands of them. And in 1977, we had a bit of a problem with Bill Watts, who had an interest in the territory. We were booking through Leroy McGurk in Oklahoma. And Bill had gotten a percentage of it then at that time, from what I understand, and was the booker. And we started having some problems. It was several different things that were happening that we were not too crazy about. So we broke away in 1977 and formed our own Mississippi territory. And it was really unusual, because most people that break away from a big group or try to compete against a big group, they may last a month or two, maybe a little longer. But we fought a battle for 2 years in Mississippi, and they tried everything they could try to beat us out, and they just couldn't do it. They couldn't do it. We were outdrawing them, and we finally ended up getting back together with them. Or my father worked out something with Bill Watts in 1979, and we got back with them. And at that time was right about the time it was changing the name to Mid-South Wrestling. And so I was involved with it from 1974 all the way until, I guess, 1988, when the territories pretty much died out.
Okay. We're going to bring in Dave Hillhouse here as well. Dave, how are you? Can you hear us?
Doing well. How are you doing?
Good. Let's see. We got a
I can
question
hear you.
here. Greg wants Facebook user. Greg, where can we find Bret Hart's columns? Most of them are not on the Canoe website anymore.
They're the casualty of Post Media having the decision to not do it anymore. They don't exist, and they're gone. I mean, you could obviously write to Post Media and ask, but they're not going to be online. We don't have the rights to run them anymore. And quite honestly, it's not my problem. So it's a sad decision that they made, because we lost a lot of archives because of all this.
So for people that aren't aware of the story, what exactly is it that ended up happening?
Well, Post Media was paying us a monthly fee
Okay.
to run the wrestling site, and with COVID-19 and the state of journalism, and certainly people paying for journalism these days, they elected not to do it anymore. It's a bit funny in that the online sports editor for the entire chain across the country didn't know this was happening. And he would obviously be my direct boss because we were an online print, entity. So we're off on our own. And I'm sorry to say Bret's columns aren't around. I've archived a lot myself, but that's because I knew this was coming.
Okay. Let's see. Who else wants to know, where can we find your book, Gil?
It's on Amazon.
Is that the only place, or right now?
Right now it is. That's the only place. It's on Amazon for $19.95.
Okay.
Are you doing all the fulfillment yourself, Gil? You're sending them out?
No, they're shipped directly from Amazon. Now, I have ordered some that people wanted me to sign them, and so I ordered some for myself and then ship them out that way. But Amazon, they're shipped directly from Amazon. They take the orders and handle the shipping.
It's not the best time to be a book author, is it? The books take a little bit longer to get out there. Everything does through Amazon, because books naturally aren't a priority, and I understand that, but it's a bit frustrating when people have to wait for your books.
Oh, yeah, I have some people that ordered them. They got them in a few days. Some people, it takes weeks. It's just, they say they're prioritizing their shipping, so I don't know how they're doing that. But
it's out of our control.
I know I ordered some for myself, and it took about 2.5 or 3 weeks to get them.
Really? That's interesting. Now, Greg, do you use your own publisher, or do you go through Amazon as well?
No, ECW Press has done 13 of my books.
Okay.
2 of them I published myself, but we also did them through Amazon as well, because the advantage there is if you go through their whole, Kindle direct marketing thing, then your book is listed there, which is awesome. And they, as Gil's describing, they self-publish, they print on demand essentially, and send out your book. And so my Duck with the Puck and Santa's Day Job, the 2 kids' books I've done, are going to be done through that, or I've been done through that. And one of the books I'm working on, which actually ties in nicely to Dave talking a bit more about movies, but I don't know if you can see my shirt. I've got my Billy Van shirt on here. And he was Hilarious House of Frightenstein. He was on Sonny and Cher. He did all kinds of stuff, and certainly was an iconic Canadian actor. And I've got his biography all written, but COVID-19 prevented us from doing some of the things we needed, like collecting the photos. So now that things are loosened up a bit here in Ontario, we hope to get those pictures out, get them pictures down here, scanned, and get the book laid out and out there. But so Dave Hillhouse is we mentioned how Jamie's our books editor, Dave's our movies editor. And there's been a couple of different wrestling movies that have come out lately too, for people who need to kill some time while at home.
Absolutely. And the new slamwrestling.net, what Greg mentioned already, the idea of bringing all of our old archives and then getting them up, that's a big part of the job for the Hollywood Headlock database that we're calling it now. But there are new things coming out all of the time. And I had just interviewed Robert Maillet last week regarding Becky, which is a new movie, Kevin James, and he had a prominent role in that. And then we also just had an article go up about Scare Package, which is a kind of compilation horror movie that Dustin Rhodes has again a fairly significant part in as well. And this marriage of wrestling and movies is such a deep area. It was something that started for me back in 2005 when I reviewed, or I thought I could do a review of Doom, the movie based on the video game that was starring Dwayne Johnson. I think at that time he was still Dwayne The Rock Johnson. I think he was still carrying both of those names. And Greg, I don't know if you remember, but I distinctly remember you telling me that this sounds like two articles. It sounds like a review of the movie, but it also sounds like an exploration of what movies in Hollywood have always had in common. And that started the whole process of going down what I call the rabbit hole and just discovering many links between Hollywood, film, TV, and wrestling. It's a fascinating journey.
What are some examples that people may not be aware of?
Well, I think, I'll just give you a couple for mine, because this whole thing is, as I kind of alluded to, been such a learning experience for me. When I did this article about Doom, and I'll be straight up honest, I said, well, let's look at wrestling in the movies. And I knew about Dwayne Johnson, and I knew about No Holds Barred, and I knew about Roddy Piper. And at that time, that was sort of the extent of my knowledge. And then the more I started looking into it, I started discovering what massive, biographies and acting portfolios someone like Mike Mazurki had, who, I grew up watching Someone Like It Hot. That was one of my favorite movies. Greg and I were just talking about that one the other day, and his role in that, and his ability to play the heavy character in all of these old movies. Got my Laserdisc for Superman 2 behind me. That was another one that I saw I don't know how many times in the theater. And to learn later on that one of my favorite scenes in that movie, where Clark Kent comes back to beat up the guy that was bugging him when he lost his powers, that's Pepper Martin. So, okay, now there's another connection to my youth that I just never put together. And I think that's the thing about being able to dive into something like our Hollywood Headlock database, is you will find connections that you didn't know existed, and yet will be immediately recognizable to you. And all of a sudden you'll put two faces together. You put a name and a face together. It's as I say, it's a really deep journey to go into that.
Let's see. We have a question here. Jamie, what is your favorite Netflix show? Looks like you're a Scream fan.
Anything to do with horror, even if it's really bad horror, I like to watch on Netflix. I'm a big fan of Stranger Things. Some of the seasons of Glow, I didn't particularly care for the last season. Greg and I actually wrote about that on Slam, and hopefully we'll get that story because it's an older one on there. But anything to do with horror and wrestling are just, I wrote out this today on Facebook, are just great bedfellows, as Dave's referred to, because there's the horror movie that just came out, Scare Package, that he talked about. So yeah, anything horror.
Okay. Let's see. Somebody wants to know any thoughts on the documentary 350 Days by Evan Ginsberg, who will be coming up. I think he's next, or in the next hour.
I think they deserve a lot of credit for all the work they did. I found it to be too much, though. There were too many different threads. If you concentrate on one or two threads, it might have been a little tighter. But I certainly give them kudos. They did a great job. Nobody's quite tried to explore so much in so little time. And so that's just me as a fan. It's like, well, why couldn't we gone down more in this road? But they have choices to make, and Fulvio certainly did a great job, and Evan obviously played a key role, especially getting some of the wrestlers lined up. Have you guys seen it? Gil, have you seen it too?
I did. I watched it about a week ago. It was interesting. I'll just leave it at that.
All the other stories, right, that they didn't tell. Yeah, that's there's a lot they couldn't tell.
But I like the series, The Dark Side of the Ring, I believe it's called. They've done it on several of the wrestlers. I thought they've done a real good job on that. I watched one with The first one I watched was Bruiser Brody, and of course that was Frank Goodish. And I remember when I first got in the wrestling business, and shortly after that, Frank was around Mississippi. His wrestling is Frank Goodish then, and Stan Hansen was here, and they were tag teaming a lot. And then Bill Watts sort of split them up, and they ended up going on their own. But then they got back together in teams. So, yeah, all those guys that got there that were around Mississippi, it was just amazing, the ones that I was around. And the main reason I wrote the book, and it pretty much focuses more on the period 1977 to 79, when we were fighting the big war against Watts, and all of the guys that got their starts here, like Percy Pringle. That's where he got his name. Frankie Kane was our booker at the Great Mephisto, and he gave Percy his name and put him as manager of the Mongolians. The young guy, Jeff Smith, who had been wrestling as Pretty Smitty from New York City, came in, and Frankie gave him his name, Izzy Slapowitz, and made him a manager. Rip Rogers came in here, and he was real young, or real green then. Most of these guys were green that we had. We had some veterans in here, you know, to help teach them, but he gave Rip Rogers his name. He had been wrestling as the Disco Kid, I think, and several other names. The Freebirds, Michael Hayes and Terry Gordy, with our territory in Mississippi is where they actually met. Terry came in first when he was about 16 years old, and he was our first Mississippi State champion. We had a tournament for it. And then Michael came in after that, and then they met, and that's where they first teamed up here in Mississippi. And this first place they came out to the Leonard Skinner song, the Freebird song. They weren't calling themselves the Freebirds then, but it was Lord Michael Hayes and Michael would call Terrence Gordy. And they just hit it off, and of course they went from there.
Let's see. Jason wants to know, Gil, when you were running Mississippi, did you have any kind of arrangements with Gulf Coast or Gillis Welch Jarrett for trading talent?
Well, actually, the timing when we broke away in October of 1977, it was about the time it had always been the Gulf Coast territory run by Lee Fields. And Lee was getting ready to get out of it, to sort of slow down, because he had an interest or owned the Mobile Speedway, and that was taking a lot of his time. So anyhow, it just sort of worked out at the time that we never had promoted very far south Mississippi. It was more central Mississippi and up to north Mississippi. Of course, we had Memphis territory to the north of us, but we went almost all up to that line, and we swapped talent back and forth with Memphis because our TVs up in North Mississippi sort of overlapped. So we swapped talent with them. But when we ended up acquiring the towns and the Gulf Coast towns, of course, that opened up everything from Hattiesburg on down to the coast for us when we went on our own, and a lot of spot shows in between. So. And yeah, and we used some of their talent from around, like Eddie Sullivan and Rip Tyler had been wrestling around there, and several of the other guys that worked with us.
Okay. Jamie, so you do the book reviews. What are some of your favorites so far that you've done?
Anything by Greg Oliver.
Good answer.
I think most people are going to say Mick Foley. I know that was one of the first books I read. I wasn't even a huge Mick Foley fan at the time, and just reading that book, I became a fan. But actually, I'm really excited. Actually, I even said I was euphoric. I'm working on a story about an anthology called Women Love Wrestling, and it was edited by Jason Norris and has so many great contributors. I just think just being a female pro wrestling fan, there aren't a lot of books about females and how we do like wrestling. We don't all just watch it because our male partners are into it. In fact, my husband isn't even a big fan. He just kind of watches it because I do sometimes. So I'm just very excited about that book, that female stories are being told. I also like the tribute books by Dave Meltzer. Another great female pro wrestling book is Unladylike by Heather von Vandenberg. So there's so many great books out there.
Great. And Dave, what were your thoughts on the Dark Side of the Ring? Do you follow that as well?
To be honest, no, I haven't followed it.
Okay.
And but I can say generally speaking about documentary and wrestling, I'm not sure that there's another really popular mainstream art form that lends itself to documentary quite the way that pro wrestling does. Just the desire to pull back layers and the desire to learn about history and stories behind how things have gone down. We have had always lots of kind of Hollywood go behind the scenes documentaries. Those have always been popular, but I think there's a much more voracious appetite for the wrestling fan to get to know the quote unquote truth. And I know that that's a big draw to Dark Side of the Ring and others like that.
The biggest problem, though, is that WWE controls all the content, right? They control all the footage that would make these movies or these documentaries so much better. And they're not going to share with anyone unless it's like an HBO, like they did when they did the Andre the Giant documentary. But as a great example, so Pat LaPrade and Bertrand Hébert just had that Andre the Giant book came out, which is great. But Pat worked on the HBO documentary. And since that documentary came out, he learned more. And actually, some of the things in that documentary now are been proven to be a little bit off and wrong. So wrestling literature and wrestling history is always evolving. We're always learning new things. And so like when Gil writes a book, we learn a little bit more about a small part of a territory. And that's his part of it. It doesn't mean it's every part of it, because every one of those wrestlers that came through that area have their own stories and their own details and their own places where they stayed and their own, all the fun they had along the way. I'm sure Michael Hayes and Terry Gordy have different stories than Gil will from being in that territory.
Right. Well, I wrote it from a promoter's standpoint, and everything I wrote in my book was from my own personal experience in Mississippi and the guys that came through here and different things that happened and different stories. I wanted to document that part of the territory days. I'm not a wrestling historian by any means, and there were things I knew about other territories and other stories I knew, but I stayed away from those. I just wrote from my own personal experience and what I knew from the guys that came through Mississippi and different events that happened, and that was quite enough to write about.
Gil, were there any guys that you had worked with, that went on to become big stars that you didn't that maybe surprised you, or guys that you thought would become big stars that just didn't get that push?
Well, of course, you had James Harris, who started out with us as Sugar Bear Harris. Then Percy started managing, Percy Kringle, who got a start here and went on to be Paul Bearer. James, of course, went on to become Kamala. The Freebirds, of course, everybody knows about the Freebirds. Rip Rogers' career was quite a career, and of course, he's been instrumental in training a lot of guys that went on to the WWE or that are in there now. So yeah, there's a lot of them. And those guys were what we call green guys when they came in here. They had very little experience, but we gave them a push, gave them a chance. I give a lot of credit in my book to Frankie Kane, the Great Mephisto, because Frankie just had an eye for seeing what's the capabilities, I guess, in somebody or their potential. And where a lot of other bookers may have just overlooked them, and just, preliminary guys or mid-card guys. But we gave them all a push because, basically because we had to, because we had so many young guys in here. But like I said, we did have the veterans like Mephisto and Oki Shikina and Tom Jones and just a group. Don Jardine, the spoiler. Luthez came in for us for a while. We had Nick Bockwinkel in here, and then we had Dr. X, Jim Osborne. And this is all while we were fighting this war back and forth. But they they taught the guys, and they pretty much made them learn, the younger guys, because they pushed them. And sometimes they taught them the hard way, but, those guys just went on to have great careers after that. And they all got their start right here in Mississippi with our ICW promotion.
The Frankie Kane book that Scott Teal's working on is going to be one of the most important books, I think, in wrestling history, because Frankie Kane goes back from like Columbus in the days of Al Haft, like right through the wrestling wars of the 80s. And he has an incredible mind. He still has a great memory. He's been instrumental, certainly, in all the books we've done. So Scott Teal, if you're watching, get to work. Come on, let's finish that one, buddy.
Yeah, really. Scott told me a long time ago he was about to finish up, but I talked to Frankie the other night, and Scott says he's just about through with it. And yeah, I'd recommend anybody get that book. Of course, Frankie started out, was instrumental. He formed the Infernos, the tag team, and he was the first one to do the loaded boot. The guy has a brilliant mind. And of course, he got blackballed from the business one time, and he had punched out several promoters. So I was just thankful as hell that I always got along with Frankie real well. But he knew we were fair. We were honest, and we were fair on our payoffs and everything. And he respected that. And I probably spent more miles up and down the road with Frankie during that time than any other person. And it's just the guy's knowledge and his career is just amazing.
Now, Greg, what makes somebody a good subject for a book?
That they're going to be honest, most importantly, that they're going to tell the truth. They're not going to sugarcoat things. Some of you know that the Rocky Johnson book was in my lap for a while. I had a contract that didn't get signed by him, but we were supposed to do the book. And I think in the end, he worried that I was going to push him too much because I knew he was a guy that had trouble with the truth. That's probably the best way to put it. These guys in pro wrestling, they end up telling the same stories so often that they believe them. And there's often not ways for us to check in the way that, when I'm writing about hockey, there's a game sheet or a newspaper story that's going to be a lot more accurate. Whereas, those results that are in the newspapers in the 60s, that was the local promoter calling them in. So who knows how accurate they were? They could have changed them then. I think that's probably, being honest is the most important part. And having a varied career too makes it interesting. If you spend all your time as one character, it's not quite as exciting as if you've reinvented yourself. Whether it was like Dewey Robertson, The Missing Link, that my wife wrote his book. I mean, that's a fascinating transition from being, a clean-cut baby face to shaving half your head and becoming, a link to, the deep, dark past. It was a fascinating transition and an interesting dude. So all those people, that's what I like about book. Jamie, you're the book writer, the book editor, I guess.
I agree with you. I think people have to go into it and expect to be vulnerable and be open to being vulnerable, because people, whether this is true or not, they have the expectation that you are going to be vulnerable and you're going to share all your stories. And when that doesn't happen, they get disappointed. So yeah, definitely being open.
Is there any trepidation about the McMahon interview where it may not tell everything that people want to hear?
Well, it's not an autobiography; it's a bio. So
right.
Abraham is going to be able to interview quite a few people. So I think if it was coming from McMahon and he had, if it was authorized by him, I think that would definitely be a concern. But because it's someone who's putting in the research, it's someone who has a journalism background.
Right.
I think I don't have any fears about it being accurate or not being accurate. I mean.
Yeah, a better way to put it. Yeah, there's so much to tell about Vince McMahon, and whether it's the sex scandals or the steroid scandals or the Jimmy Snuka, how they hid some of that stuff. I mean, there's so much to tell, and it's a daunting task, and I don't see how they can manage to trim it all down. But that's the author's challenge.
Right. Okay. So, Dave, when you were talking about wrestling in movies or with Hollywood. Yeah. My favorite wrestling movie is the movie Body Slam. Have you from like the 80s
with Dirk Benedict?
It's a great. That's such a classic 80s movie. David, have you caught that one?
I'm afraid. No, I was going to say I'm afraid I'm going to have to let that one bounce off of me. That's
right.
one that I remember someone else had reviewed for our site.
Okay.
Greg, you remember it from the look in your face.
Yeah, well, just yesterday, I was doing one of these podcast things with John Arezzi, who I'm doing his memoir, and it's coming out in April. But John Arezzi and I had Bob Kapoor on, who's one of my Slam Wrestling writers, and Bob got to interview Dirk Benedict about Body Slam and talk about something he never gets to talk about. It never got commercial release, right? Like they got it to a certain point, and then it sort of just became on video, never went to theaters, never became a widely seen movie. And so that's really cool that we get to do these kind of things. And I'm looking forward to putting all that stuff back online so people can access it. Cause there's a lot of those kind of gems out there that are hard to find. There's old movie, like there's one with Peter Falk called All the Marbles. That's about women's wrestling. And again, good luck finding it, but it's out there. So that's part of our job, I think, with our Hollywood Headlock, is we're going to try to point people to some of these things. And with the age of streaming and things available, maybe a little bit easier than they were, 15 years ago, that hopefully we can find some of these things, get to watch them again.
Right.
If I could add something to that, I feel that in the time that I've been interviewing wrestlers who have tried their hand at acting, I do find that excitement. Like you're talking about Dirk Benedict now, he was excited to talk about this film, but I find from the wrestlers, they're genuinely excited about this because for most of them it's different, and because for most of them it's outside of their comfort zone. And I just think that the experience for most of them is so new, so fresh for them, that they're always very eager to spread the word, and almost as much of a fan of the movie themselves as if they were involved in it. And that enthusiasm is a great joy in the interviews.
Let's see. Somebody wants to know, I'd love to know everyone's thoughts on the value of electronic media as being an important placeholder for history following the downfall of the magazine industry.
Ooh, it's important. Let's put it that way. But just as important is getting that printed book. They're different mediums, right? And one stays on your bookshelf. You can reference it whenever you want. And there's a bit of validity to it that you don't get when you go to Wikipedia. When you go to Wikipedia, you're taking it with a leap of faith that whoever wrote that has some sort of real knowledge and isn't out there just spreading, mistruths. Whereas a book, you feel like it's a little bit more solid. And I think the magazine's the same thing. I really miss how great Sports Illustrated used to be. And the monthly issues, while they're fabulous and well written, it's not the same as getting a weekly thing. I was a day one guy on the internet. Like I started writing in 1995 and part of the Sun Media's website when it started. So I've been online more than half my life, which is crazy to think about. Whereas the kids today are growing up and they're not going to want to see books. I don't know. Jamie's got a kid. Dave's got kids. Gil, how many kids you got? Are they reading? Your grandkids are now doing everything electronically, probably, right?
Yeah, it's a lot of YouTube watching. He doesn't even really watch television. So
YouTube.
Everything is online, yeah.
I do wonder if YouTube will end up taking the place of actual, like the physical copy of a book. I've never bought an electronic copy of a book. Like I like to have the physical in my hand. I like turning the page.
Me too.
There's something romantic about being able to hold the book, turn the page, as opposed to just being able to read it on a device. But that's me old man yelling at the clouds.
Well, I know for me, and even when I get review books, I'm there with a pencil jotting down questions, and you can't really do that with an ebook. So, but I do understand where authors are coming from, that it does cut costs for them to send their review copies that way to me, especially if they're coming from international locations.
And the audiobooks too. Like
yeah.
I don't drive a lot, but people who drive all the time, they love their audiobooks. And certainly the podcasting world right now, where everybody and their brother has a podcast. You got lots to listen to if you drive a lot. And certainly wrestlers, I wonder how much they're listening to podcasts in the cars now. I hope some of them are educating themselves.
I think we have somebody coming to us from Uganda.
Ooh, a mystery guest.
Kamala.
Oh my goodness.
Yes, you
What a scary looking guy that is right there. Sugar Bear, how you doing, man? I can't hear you.
All right. Yeah, you doing?
You doing okay? I've got some stories about him. I think we just lost him, I think.
Oh.
No, he's back.
Kamala, can you hear us?
Hey, Gil.
Sugar Bear, can you hear us? Hey, Sugar Bear, how you doing, man? I met this man in 1977 in Greenwood, Mississippi. And he's the same old guy.
I don't want to miss my part of the show.
I'm having trouble hearing him.
Yeah, we're not having a great connection here. But Kamala, thank you so much for coming in.
Hey, buddy, this made my day right here. It's good seeing you.
Yeah, it's cut down so bad.
You take care of yourself. I'll talk to you soon.
I can't understand
you.
The connection's not very good down in Uganda, I guess.
They don't have great internet. But that was pretty cool. Yeah. So Gil, what stories do you have about Kamala?
Oh gosh.
You can share one.
The first time I met James was in Greenwood, Mississippi. He came in. He had sent us a picture. He had never wrestled in a match. I think he said Mario Galento or somebody was supposed to be training him, but he just basically had him trying to get him in shape, running around the track, things like that. And James was nervous. He came. We told him to come into Greenwood because he lived in North Mississippi, and we said, "We'll come in when we're having our matches that Friday, and we'll talk to you. You know, come in early." So he came in early, and I saw him in the parking lot, this big old guy, and he was wanting to know if he was in the right place. So anyhow, I brought him in to the ticket office. It was still early, and it was empty. And so I went to get Frankie Kane to come around and talk to him. And that was just, I think I mentioned it in my book, it was sort of funny because I was sitting there listening to him. And Frankie is, of course, a real serious guy, but Frankie's not a tall guy. He was only about 5'7" or 5'8". And of course, James was this big towering guy. And Frankie just looking up at James and talking to him, and James was nervous as he could be. So anyhow, Frankie gave him a chance. He said, "Well, be in Greenville next Thursday, and we'll give you a chance. See what you can do." And he was in the opening match against Frankie Kane. Frankie booked himself against him just to see if he could get a good match out of him, and he did. He got a pretty good, decent match out of him, and we realized, you know, he was willing to learn. He didn't know it that much, but he was willing to learn. And James, he's just a humble guy, do anything in the world you ask him to do, but he was always a little nervous for a long time after that when he was in any kind of match with Frankie Kane involved, Mephisto, because, you know, we only told the guys back then as much as they needed to know. And he was always scared that Frankie would get mad and throw the fire and burn him during a match. So, and his wife was giving him hell every time he'd get home when Percy Pringle was managing, because Percy would, on our TV programs, would just order him around. If he did something he didn't like, it'd make James bend over. Percy was calling him Ugly Bear. Make him bend over and give him a kick in the butt and things like that. But the big incident was a birthday cake incident, which I write about in the book, where Percy ended up slamming his birthday cake in James' face. And of course, his wife, when he got home, was furious. There was one time we had a battle royal. Okay, it's just so many stories I could tell about James, but I just want to say he was, and still is, just a real humble guy. Of course, you all know that he's been through an awful lot, and we've kept in touch over the years, and James is just a dear friend. I think the world of him.
No, that's great, Gil. All right, well, listen, we're going to wrap up here, but can we, Gil, so where can people find the book?
It's on Amazon. I went through Amazon Publishing, and so said, it's available on Amazon, and really my book is doing well. It's really surprised me because when I wrote the book, I mainly wanted to document what actually happened, especially with our split with Watson McGurk and then getting back, because there's so much misinformation on the internet. And I've read everything from the reasons we split away, with some ridiculous things, and read where different people were involved with us, like you mentioned, Nick Gulas, different people, which they weren't. It's just a lot of misinformation. I just wanted to answer some questions and fill in some blanks, because I'm still getting asked questions about that particular time period. So I just wanted to document it. I guess I'm the only one left to do it now, and I do contradict Bill Watts' book and what Bill said, a couple of things, and I put that in my book. And it's up to the people to decide who's telling the truth. You know, I'm telling the truth. Everything I write in my book is the truth, you know, and that's the way it happened. And of course, Bill looks at it a different way and his ego and all that, but I'll stand by anything I put in the book. And I just wanted to document it and just, like I said, just answer some questions, basically.
All right. Well, you can pick up Gil's book at Amazon. It's called The Mississippi Wrestling Territory, The Untold Story. And for the Slam Wrestling crew, Greg, they can find you at slamwrestling.net. And where can they pick up some of your books? Which
oliverbooks.ca is certainly the place that has all my books, including the self-published kids books. But you know, you can go to Amazon, and I think I mentioned this last time too. Any of these books you want, if you know they're put out by a publisher, you can go into your local bookstore, give them the ISBN number. Chances are they'll order it for you. Maybe they'll order a couple more from the publisher or the author, and that helps all of us. But yeah, definitely read, however you're doing it, whether it's electronically or physically or audiobooks. We appreciate all your support out there. And yeah, slamwrestling.net. 2 weeks old at this point. So come on out and visit and get to know us again.
Cool. All right. Well, thanks everybody. Appreciate you being part of COVIDCon Light today, and excited to see you guys in the future.
Thanks for hosting, Eddie.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for asking me.
All right. Take care, Gil. Take care, guys.
Okay.
All right. Well, coming up, we're gonna have. Let's see. We're gonna have Keith Elliott Greenberg. Keith, how are you?
Hey, good. Aren't I supposed to be joined by Mike Weber, right?
Yep, Mike's coming on in 1 second here. Let me just get him on here as well. Hold on here. Oh, here we go. Michael Weber, how are you?
What's happening?
Hey, Eddie. Hey, Keith. How you doing, man?
Good. We just spoke recently.
Yes, we did.
Do you guys know each other?
Oh, we know each other a long time.
35 years.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. Well, Michael, you're the COO of Fight TV.
That's correct. Yes.
And we really appreciate you guys allowing us to stream our event to there today.
No problem.
So how did that come about? The idea for Fight TV?
Oh, Fight TV. They contacted me while I was still at TNA Wrestling. I was have marketing there, and they're just starting out a platform. Fight is actually a technology company first, and they're experimenting with different couple ways to use the technology that they're doing for streaming, and they were doing sort of like a cable network, but it was so broad it was hard to really promote. So came up with the idea of doing live wrestling on there, and then that branched out into combat sports, and we launched 4.5 years ago, featuring boxing, wrestling, MMA.
Cool. That is pretty cool. So how do you and Keith know each other? Is it from years back? Or was it?
I was director of PR at WWF for WrestleMania 2, 3, 4, and 5, and Keith was working for the WWF magazine at the time.
I was one of the writers there. I was a writer there for 22 years.
Yeah.
And Mike was one of the few guys. A lot of the guys who were on the marketing side, they seemed to take pride in the fact that they weren't like crazy wrestling fans like myself. But Mike would be one of those guys. If I'd say that was a good match, he'd at least loosen up enough and say, "Yeah, I thought that was pretty good. I saw the two of them work in Boston a few weeks ago. It's a little bit better, but yes, that was very enjoyable."
We had a good working relationship.
Would go, to tell you the truth, Keith, I don't even have the time to watch it.
Hold on. Let's see. We have to Michael. What's the biggest difference working behind the scenes for TNA as well as AEW?
Oh, AEW, TNA, WCW, WWE. There's a lot of similarities and there's a lot of differences. The funniest thing about AEW, going to one of their shows, is I literally know every single person there who's doing the production because they all worked with me at TNA, and some worked with me at WCW. And if I really think hard enough, there might be one or two guys even worked at WWF when I was there. So it's a small world, as Keith will attest to, as we keep crossing paths here for 35 years.
Right. It's funny because being in this business a long time, yeah, it's one of these businesses, like, even when you think you're out of it, you're not really out of it. And I sometimes say to myself, wow, I'm glad I didn't call that guy an asshole 30 years ago, because here he is in front of me again, and I need him for something.
Keith is so right. I've dealt with that so many times. We do a lot in boxing, and actually, after I left WWF, I worked for this casino down in Atlantic City, you guys might have heard of, called Trump Plaza. And we're doing boxing events there. And many of the guys I dealt with there, this is like 1990, I dealt with in boxing, I'm dealing with now. I hadn't talked to many of them in 25 years. And fortunately, we got along well then, and we're getting along well now because I'm a COO, they are a COO of various companies, and it's really helped. It's sort of fun to see where everything's at. I mean, I'm in that time span, and Keith is close enough my age here to appreciate it. I look a hell of a lot older with all the damn gray hair, but I mean, today's actually my 40th wedding anniversary. And so there's all kind of memories flooding through today, and then what happened to so-and-so since then and everything else. So it's been pretty interesting.
Let's see. Hold on. Somebody wants to know, what do you think AEW has a solid shot to compete with WWE?
Yes and no. I mean, AEW is going to be very, very credible. They're a great product. I got to tell you, I was at the show they did in Atlanta backstage. I've been to quite a few other shows and some of the very first press conferences. They have a different type of mentality backstage of everybody is all for one. They're all friends. They work together. Again, like I mentioned, I know every one of the production people, and that's just as important as the guys who are in the ring. The one thing AEW had going for them starting, they had zero ramp up when they started their business because for the TV production side. The TV production, they didn't have to teach anybody how to do it. They had guys who had been doing it for 20, 30, 40 years. Keith Mitchell's been doing it for 40 years now, and he's fantastic. So on the other hand, WWE has been spending 40 years building that machine they have. And the Keith would attest to, I mean, it is a machine that they got, and it's very deep. I don't ever see them overtaking it, but AEW will. It's not a fight. It's just good for the wrestling fans. It's more content, it's more choices. I mean, we got companies like GCW and all these other type of wrestling organizations out there that are getting a great fan base. We're probably going to announce some other Japanese wrestling coming up pretty soon. We're doing stuff with New Japan on a regular basis. So there's a lot of other great wrestling organizations out there which have a great fan base as well.
Let's see here. To Keith, it was a pleasure to meet you at the Paul Heyman shoot interview. As a writer for WWF Magazine, how did you guys come up with the names of people who wrote the fan letter during the kayfabe period?
We weren't making up. I don't think, did I ever make up a fan letter to WWF Magazine? I never did that personally. There were fans who would write. Back then you would get things in the mail. So maybe that was a gimmick that one of the other writers would play around with. But in writing for the wrestling world, I never made up a fan. I never quoted a fake fan.
Yeah, I remember those days as well. The fans were, actually maybe in some ways more involved than they are now, considering there was no social media or anything like that. They were so into it, and they would show up at the office there in Stanford, and I actually started at the Greenwich office. And I bet Keith might remember the Rosati sisters.
Of course I do.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I know we've lost at least two of them, I think.
Yeah, this was I think it was three sisters used to come to all our
Three
shows we did in
sisters.
Poughkeepsie. I think even one of them maybe even got hired after I left to work in fan stuff, and they were the most loyal fans you've ever seen. And I put anybody who's a fan today up against them. They're incredible.
In fact, I remember a moment, and it was after a TV taping in Poughkeepsie, and WWF was still a small enough company that Vince McMahon would take a bunch of people out to eat after the show. And I remember Hulk Hogan was at the table, and the Rosati sisters were there. And Vince gave them all three of them, a WWE pass for life. And, that's when then it's during the WrestleMania era, the Hulk Hogan era, but it was still a small, big company.
I was at the same time. I was there also, so I remember exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, it's incredible how different.
They were crying, remember?
Oh yeah, they were so into it and so appreciative, and Vince was so appreciative, and Hulk was great with them. So it was still a small family company at the time. When I started, there was only 60 employees. I think. Well, who knows with the furloughs and stuff now, but I think they're over 900 now.
I also remember there was a fan who used to come to Madison Square Garden. I believe she lived in Astoria, Queens, and she used to stick her head down because she would sit near the entranceway, and she would stick her head down, and she could kind of see through a hole into the dressing room. And I remember Stephanie McMahon being backstage and looking up through the hole and speaking to this fan who she'd known since she was a little girl.
Well, another fan who I'm pretty sure you know, Keith, is Ringside Charlie.
Of course, yeah.
I think his thing is he has made it to every single. This is the first year he didn't make it to WrestleMania because there
there wasn't a WrestleMania, yeah.
Right. And I have crossed paths with him now. Gosh, when I was at WCW doing shows in New York and TNA, and I've done stuff with Ring of Honors there, and I met with him at WrestleMania in New York last year. I never, and the funny thing is, he looks exactly the same as he did when he was 15.
He looks exactly the same as he did in the 1980s. He looks like he was in his 20s, and I don't think he has access to the internet or social media. Like WWE did a profile of him.
Yeah.
I think Mike Johnson had to show it to him on his phone.
That's actually very true. Him and Mike Johnson are very good friends, I know. Yeah. And nice guy in the world, and I think he's gone through marriages and divorces and kids and everything, but he has never veered away from wrestling at all.
No. And there's a beauty in that. And I wonder if the fans today. Let me hype my book while I'm on here. I have a book coming out in the fall called Too Sweet Inside the Indie Wrestling Revolution. So I have been spending a lot of time around the wrestling world, particularly indie promotions. And I look at these fans and they're pretty passionate. And I wonder how many of them will still be around 30 years from now, like Ringside Charlie. There's a couple who definitely will be, but not everybody.
It's the independent wrestling is just an incredible world, especially now. Keith, actually, I think you interviewed me for your book, even. And
you're in my upcoming book, and then I'm writing another book for ECW Press on wrestling during the time of the coronavirus. And I've already interviewed you. I interviewed you on March 26th. For that book.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. I'm sorry, I completely forgot.
Well, somebody actually asked, how long can wrestling survive with the empty arenas?
I'll throw that to Mike.
Well, it's incredible. AEW did a pay-per-view event on May 23rd, quote unquote empty arena. They've done a good job of masking the empty arena by using the wrestlers who aren't in the ring to be ringside, which is, I think, pretty cool. And the pay-per-view event they did for us, and I'm pretty sure for everybody, all their distributors of pay-per-view, was the best numbers they've had to date. So if you do it right, it can actually work.
I mean, I thought that Stadium Stampede match was, you know, I was still buzzing from the Boneyard match at WrestleMania and saying, okay, we're in a crisis. It's empty arena time. Vince McMahon has always said we make movies, and they made a movie, you know? And I was speaking with a friend of mine afterwards, and he's like, well, if you're going to do a cinematic match like this, you could bring back Hulk Hogan can have another match if you're going to have a director directing it. But that Stadium Stampede show took the cinematic concept and brought it to a whole new plane. And not only was it cinema, it was real wrestling. It was wrestling, violent wrestling, daredevil wrestling, and comedy wrestling all tied together. And I didn't turn away one. In fact, I rewatched it the next day.
Actually, I did too. I was like, God, did I really see all that stuff? It was pretty cool. And the story behind, from what I was told, of them making it is about as interesting. I'll tell you, I guess, I don't think I'm telling anything out of school, but obviously everybody knows it's pre-taped. I don't think they finished taping it until 6 o'clock in the morning on that Saturday. Somebody had to hop on a plane to fly to Nashville with the tapes to edit it. They were supposed to be done by 2:30. They never started editing to almost 2:30. Therefore, they had to, do all the mix and stuff on it. They didn't actually start feeding it to Jacksonville, which is where the show was taking place at, till after the show had started.
Wow.
So think about if you're a producer and you're not sure you have this epic, everybody knew it was great, but they had this epic portion of the show which closed it, and they're still receiving it once they went on the air.
Right.
And you just hope there's no technical glitches to it.
Yeah, because I could imagine, the anxiety there, because so many things were cut at different times, like, Adam, Hangman Adam Page getting off the horse and then walking towards the bar. That had to be edited in a certain spot. That wasn't happening spontaneously.
I think they also, while they're taping it, I think a storm came through, so they had to shut down operations like an hour or two. And of course, they're on a schedule and stuff. So, yeah, a lot, as Keith knows, is a lot of the behind the scenes stories are as much as interesting as the story itself, the show itself, of what happened to get on air.
Right. Let's see. A couple of other questions. Michael, any good Jim Cornette stories?
Yeah, I worked with Jim at TNA, got to know him there. I liked it. She's sitting in a production meeting with Jim Cornette and Vince Russo. Was always very interesting, as you can imagine. Not as volatile as you would probably everybody would want to think and everything. Very businesslike, good head for the business, and I've crossed paths with him through some of the independent promotions we've worked with, and nothing but a good relationship with Jim. He has a lot of wit about him. He always has something to say, and I think that's the allure of Jim Cornette.
Yeah, it's funny because you mentioned GCW, Game Changer Wrestling promotion out of Jersey. I'm actually going to their show in Indiana. Oh. They're doing an outdoor show on Saturday.
June 20th, live on Fight.
That's right. Are you going to be there?
No, if I went to every show, I would never, ever be home.
Right, but I did have some Indiana connection.
Actually, the very first job I had out of college was in Kokomo, Indiana, as a YMCA director about 40 years ago. And I got one daughter born there, and I grew up on the Ohio-Indiana line. I live in Ohio right now.
I think I once met your father at a show in Ohio, close to Indiana.
Yeah, it might have been like someplace like Fort Wayne or Indianapolis. I think my dad did come to a show in Fort Wayne where we did a TV taping for the old Superstars and Challenge Series shows.
Yeah, but I'm going to be at that show, which is in front of fans, but they're going to be social distancing.
Yeah, well, I don't understand the location. It's like an Indiana State Park there in the Indianapolis area, which is crazy. How the Indiana State Park gave them permission is pretty impressive.
I just watched that the Dave Chappelle concert the excerpts, and that was outdoors as well. And over there, I saw that there were boxes like painted on the grass where you really drift out of that one area, so you could, literally socially isolate people. Yeah, but mentioning Jim Cornette, this was why I brought up GCW, and I guess it would have been sometime in March. They did an empty arena show, and they had a social distancing match between Jimmy Lloyd and Joey Janela. And of course, Jim Cornette, just ripped it to pieces because the guys literally stayed 6 feet away from each other. So one guy,
you got the tape measure out.
and another guy would sell it from 6 feet away. I think Jimmy Lloyd told me for the book I'm working on now, generally you try to make everything look real. Well, we were trying to make everything look fake. And I said, well, Jim Cornette hated it. He goes, well, that was the intention.
I loved it. I thought it was fantastic what they did with it.
Let's see. Keith and Michael, favorite road stories that come to mind working for Vince?
Go ahead, Keith.
The stories I have are actually nice stories. And it's from early on, around, 85, 86, when I used to, write for the magazine and things were small and more intimate. What I do remember was there was a fan who used to drive around in a van, and he had the WWF logo on there. And Vince never told me this personally, but I would hear from people who spoke to Vince that made Vince very nervous, because what if this fan gets drunk and plows into a group of people and there's a WWF logo on the van? And I was told that it would come up a lot in conversation. There was some worry, like, can we stop this fan from driving around this van? And I think it was after a show in Baltimore, and Vince was, in the lounge talking to all the fans, as he did back then. And somebody said, oh, you must know who I am. I'm that fan with who has the van with the WWF logo on it. And I don't remember what Vince said, but he wasn't exuberant about meeting him.
I enjoyed working with Vince. It was a different time and place then. As the PR guy, I had pretty direct access to him because I did nothing at that time but pick up the phone and answer it and tell people, no, you can't have an interview of Hulk Hogan. How about Randy Savage or Jake the Snake? Because they were always ready to talk to anybody. And then when there was something big enough of Hogan, I obviously had to work with Vince to get it approved and stuff, because he micromanaged, as he should have, the Hulk's career at that time and what he was doing, his exposure and so forth. So I actually learned quite a bit from him. And I had nothing but positive, fun times with him. And he could be ornery as hell on the road and have fun with the boys. You got to remember, back at that time, he was only in his late 30s, early 40s. And but he was personality, but treated me very well, quite a bit of respect. And now looking back at things, I never forget when I left there, took a job at working for Trump in Atlantic City. Vince and Linda thought it's the greatest thing in the world. And look where we're at now. It's pretty funny, the relationship that they kept all those years.
Working with Linda in the White House now.
Yes, I know. Who would have guessed? Who would have guessed? I mean, I left there in 1989, 30 years ago, but still, it was quite an experience. But yeah, he was always took time for the fans. As we mentioned before, the Rosati sisters and stuff. He was unbelievable, accessible at that time.
Michael, were you a wrestling fan? Is that why you wanted to work at WWF? How did that happen?
The funny thing about that is I actually never even seen wrestling before I went to work for it. I grew up in Ohio. There just wasn't that much wrestling. My only claim to fame in Ohio is that me and Al Snow were born in the same hospital. From Lima, Ohio area. But I knew nothing about wrestling. I had been working in college sports. I was at Davidson College as an intern. My career goals at the time was to work as a sports information director in college. But a guy named Basil DeVito, who Keith knows quite well, called him head of the graduate program I had just gone through at Ohio University and asked for an intern. And I said, oh, okay, I'm not doing anything. I was married with a kid. I got to do something. Let me try. I probably learned something from these guys. I know wrestling's sort of a big deal. I had heard of Hulk Hogan, and that was about it. And that was right immediately prior to WrestleMania 2. And first task they gave me for WrestleMania 2 was, if many of you guys might remember, the NFL players in the Battle Royal.
Yeah.
So one of my jobs was work to get, communicate with those guys to get boots for them and ring gear and so forth. And if you watch WrestleMania 2, you'll see a guy of black hair and much thinner than I am now, sitting ringside inside the barriers. And my job was to make sure if Refrigerator Perry fell the ring, I caught him. So it was so it was a great experience. After the bug hit me, I loved it. And I pretty much out of my last 35 years, probably about 25 of them been working in pro wrestling.
What was the interview process like? Did you get the interview with Vince? Did you interview with Vince?
No. Basil called me on the phone and told me a little bit about it. He goes, how soon can you be here? Again, I think about it now as an intern. I was a little older. I was 27 when I got out of grad school. But they put me on bed and breakfast there in Greenwich. Our office was in Greenwich. Paid me a relatively good stipend for an intern. And I was full-time probably. I became the director of PR probably within 4 to 6 weeks after I've been there. I got promoted, so it worked out well. But yeah, no, it was strictly Basil, and Basil had only been there. And for people who don't know, Basil is still. Well, I guess he's on the board of directors now. Probably, is that right, Keith?
I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I mean, I know that
he was VP of marketing forever there, and
he also was the first commissioner. He was the commissioner of the original XFL.
That's true. Yeah, back in 1999, 2000, I believe it was. Yeah. So yeah, he was also went through the same graduate school program I did. He's about 5-6 years ahead of me in school.
All right, a couple more other questions here, Michael or Keith. What do you think of the current WWE storylines?
Go ahead, Keith.
Well, I say this all the time when I'm interviewed. I'm asked this question quite a bit. I'm a writer. When I say I'm a writer who writes about wrestling. I don't write storylines. So I've never been in that position, so I don't like to throw stones. When it comes to that, I think it's very easy to play Monday morning quarterback. I don't know what the dynamics are behind the scenes. I know the company has gotten exponentially bigger, and as a result, there's probably a lot of political considerations behind why certain things are written into the show and certain promos that are delivered. Sometimes I feel it feels a little scripted to me. Sometimes I wish I could see these guys just have their own personalities come out. Sometimes it works for me. It's 3 hours of television. I can't imagine the pressure of having to put on 3 hours of television on Monday and another 2 hours of television on Friday. But when I was going around doing this indie book, going to the indie shows, it seemed fresher. It seemed more spontaneous. And I can remember a time when, I'd be backstage at WWE, and of course, Vince always had the final word. But there was that feeling. There was more of an intimacy to it. And maybe the company has gotten just so big and successful, that's the place where it is right now.
My perspective, with Fight TV, we do about 150 to 200 hours of live programming every week. I just don't have the time to watch it, especially if it's not on my platform. So I really can stay up with the AEW storylines and Ring of Honor and Impact Wrestling. Who are all on ours. But on the other hand, one thing I do know, I had gotten to know Drew McIntyre and AJ Styles quite well over the last several years, and I'm both so excited for them where they're at now with their careers, and they've earned every bit of it. So from that perspective, I've been pretty impressed with the guys that are now as front and center for their respective brands.
And there are times when there'll be an angle that people will criticize, but it will be something that will stay with me as a fan, not as someone who writes about wrestling, but as a wrestling fan. A few years ago, when they were doing those crazy angles with Braun Strowman turning over the production truck, or Roman Reigns backing the ambulance, into a pillar, and Braun Strowman being inside, that stuff we all remember. So fans might want to get on the internet and bash that stuff, but that stuff is kind of, it lingers with you. When they had the Money in the Bank match and King Corbin threw two guys off of the roof, I was watching on House Party with a bunch of my friends, and we were laughing our heads off. Now, everybody was criticizing it and saying it doesn't feel like a real fight, but it's something we all reacted to. It was something we didn't turn away from. So again, it's very easy to throw stones from afar.
Let's see. Next question, Michael. What was your role with WCW?
I started out there as the director of PR, similar position to what I had at WWE, and that then morphed into being head of all marketing. I was there at probably the coolest time possible there. I was there for the whole Nitro Raw Wars. I was responsible for, merchandising, licensing, home video, the magazine that we had that time we launched and brought in-house, the pay-per-view programs and stuff. So when I came there in the early 90s, they were on the verge of, it was down to Ted Turner saving them. We couldn't figure out how to put people in the center stage. We're paying people to go to the show. To only 4 years later, after we couldn't get a crowd in center stage, we put 40,000 in the Georgia Dome. That is a real charge. That was cool. It was a good experience there.
Let's see. This is for both of you. What are your thoughts on Dark Side of the Ring?
I haven't watched all of it, but I did watch the Chris Benoit one because I knew Chris well. He was a neighbor of mine down in Peachtree City, and it was well done. I literally knew or have talked to almost every person interviewed probably in the last 6 months in that show, and they've done some good work there. I have not watched all the rest of them. I've been told about them. Pretty interesting, a little emotional. And I just don't know how it works. I mean, people want to see stuff so emotional. It's good TV in that respect.
I remember WrestleMania 20. It was at Madison Square Garden, and it was again, the company was big, but it was smaller. And I was able, after the show, to walk backstage with my oldest kid and kind of cut through as I went out on, 34th Street to take the subway home. And I remember Chris had won the title and seeing Chris and his oldest son and his father backstage. And when I was watching the show, The Dark Side of the Ring, I was remembering that son who was interviewed as a little kid, who just idolized his father. And it was just heartbreaking, like seeing how broken up he is, obviously, and how torn he was because of his great affection towards Nancy. So, as far as I can tell, it checks all the boxes of journalism, and it's taking professional wrestling and treating it seriously for once. And that sometimes means revealing all of the business's flaws.
Let's see. If COVID wouldn't have happened, do you think the XFL would have worked?
Hope so.
I'm actually a football fan, and I got to tell you, they were getting pretty good traction there. And boy, that was just a kick in the shins there for them. I think they would have had a real fighting chance to go to the second season if they could play through the season.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I remember watching the first couple of weeks of the XFL. I mean, the NFL season was over, and thinking, all right, this is compelling. It's good football. Now, I also like the CFL. But yeah, I enjoyed it.
No, I agree. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it too. Although I enjoyed it the first time it was around as well. So, let's see, Michael, how did Starcast come together on Fight?
Starcast. Jeff Jarrett called me and goes, Mike, have you heard about this crazy event they're putting together? We're going to be all podcasts from Chicago. And I said, no, I hadn't heard about it too much or just a little bit. What are they doing? He goes, oh, well, we need to figure out how to televise this. I go, okay, let's give it a shot. And we met with Conrad Thompson, the originator of the concept and idea. And I mean, it's his. We're just the broadcasting partner for him. And Jeff and me threw every question at him possible. And he had this all thought out, which is what's most amazing is, as he likes to say, he's just a mortgage guy from Alabama. He knew what the hell he was doing. I mean, I've talked to people who've been working in this business for 20, 30 years, didn't understand the business as well as he did. And this is the first event he ever did. He didn't know what was wrong or right or the right way of doing it. He just did it. And it was a real good concept. And I hope to do more of them with them. And it was, pretty cool programming. And it proved another point. You can put wrestling fans want to hear what was going on. The funniest thing, which I'm sure Keith can relate to, is it still kills me that how much interest there is about stuff in our business that happened 25 years ago. I mean, like they want minute by minute details of what happened in the locker room between, Big Van Vader and Paul Orndorff or whatever, all that kind of stuff. So it's pretty funny. But there's audience for it. Absolutely.
It's funny you say that because I remember when I first started writing for the WWF magazine in 1985, feeling like I was one of a small handful of fans who cared about the business's history. I mean, look, I have these wrestling magazines from when I was a teenager, sitting right here. Here's Bobby Heenan in a nice bloody cover over there from, I think, 1973. But feeling like I was among the few, and most people were in it for what they saw on TV every week now. And now you have a different grade of wrestling fans. And there are people who recognize it and revere it as an art form. And you also have wrestlers who are historians themselves. And that comes from watching footage of wrestlers that they've emulated and going back in time to learn about the wrestlers who inspired their idols. And I think it's wonderful that finally people are interested in the whole history of this thing we love.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's if you look at, I think it is because people who have lived their lives private are now opening up, right? Like look at The Last Dance with Michael Jordan. You get to see behind the scenes. It did tremendous numbers because people never really got that that close to him before. And the same, I think it's the same thing with wrestling, right? These guys live as a character 24 hours a day.
Well, look at this Undertaker, documentary on the WWE Network, and how people are buzzing about that.
Yeah, I wonder if that's going to be the new thing where they film stuff and then release it 10 years later.
I don't know. That's an investment to do that.
Yeah.
Although I think you're pretty safe doing it with the Undertaker.
Yeah, I'm not that patient to film something and hope that it works out 10 or 20 years from now.
Now, when you guys were at WWF, I've heard so much about the warehouse, I think it is, where all the props are kept. Did you ever have a chance to visit that?
That may be a little bit.
Or was that afterwards?
I wasn't really, privy to that. Also realized I was a freelancer. I was on retainer for them, so I was not in Stamford all that much.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I knew the warehouse was there. I was probably in a handful of times, and they had a wrestling ring in there that they would do, some practice wrestling in there. But man, it was. I was office. I was a suit. I wasn't in the wrestling business. So, you stayed away from all that part of it there. I mean, it was the weirdest thing was walking in the locker room and everybody, go complete hush, office, kayfabe, make sure he nobody hears it. It was so different back then, and I was probably in the first wave of non-wrestling guys, because I wasn't obviously a previous wrestler that was accepted to be working as part of the team. So it was a different world back then. And at that time, the things that you hear about in the warehouse, they were just starting to be accumulative. I mean, when I started, they did one pay-per-view event a year, and probably within 2 years, probably by what Keith was, probably 88 or so. When
88, yeah, I think
that's when we started doing
I have one of the first SummerSlam posters over here. Oh, no, they had SummerSlam, then Royal Rumble.
Right, when they
first
started
it was
doing-
the Rumble Royale. Remember, it was done as a USA Network special at first.
Yes.
Yeah.
So they were just starting, and so it was the most explosive time possible during the late 80s. And I'm sort of cool. I got to go through the same thing all over again 10 years later at WCW. Well, I can say the same words. It's the most explosive time in a company, and it was a cool experience. I'm sort of saying it now for Fight. We started at 0 4.5 years ago. I've done 3,000 live shows since then in wrestling, MMA, and boxing.
When we spoke on March 26th, you were talking about trying to find content, and this was when everything was shut down. And you said, I don't know, Belarus has been pretty loose with their rules. Maybe we'll run some boxing shows from there. Did that ever come to pass?
Well, here's the funny thing is we're actually on budget for this quarter. In this era, in our type of business, to do well is unbelievable. A couple of interesting things to it, and a little bit, Keith, you're the same age as me, but I laugh every time I say it because I have these weird visions, is we did OWE Monday, Wednesdays, and Friday, Oriental Wrestling Entertainment, live from Cambodia. Every time I say Cambodia, I just think about the old 69, 70.
Right. The killing fields.
Yeah, the killings and stuff. But yeah, live from Cambodia. And that actually worked and built a nice little fan base. The AEW programming stayed very active, did very well for us all through. And then
did they continue shooting in front of fans in Cambodia?
No. They have no fans, but they've been shooting the whole time. Every once in a while, a few people wander in off the street late at night to sit down and watch it. There's a lot of drinking during those shows. They're on a 1 month hiatus right now, but really fun programming, good guys to work with. And then what we've done in Fight is we've done two things. One, we have something called Fight Plus, which is a small subscription service for $4.99, and you can watch all the old pay-per-views. Because as you guys probably guess, after the live pay-per-view event, after 30 or 60 days, there's really not much revenue to be generated out of it. So now you can go back and watch all these older pay-per-view events. The other thing that we did is we got our foot into motorsports, and we've done some competitor-only closed events in motocross, flat track racing, and this has been a whole new area that really has taken off. And shoot, I think I got about half dozen more events coming up over the next couple of weeks. So we branched out, and I'm announcing next week. Well, I guess maybe I'm announcing it now. We're going to have international rights to World Team Tennis. We're doing a concert called Funk Corona, which should be a partnership with a COVID con here. But yeah, Funk Corona, which is a funk music concert, we're doing July 10th, I think it is. And of course, now the cool thing is GCW is coming back June 20th. July 4th, they got Backyard Wrestling. Keith, are you doing that in your yard? Is that what they're doing?
No, my yard's not big enough.
If any fans on here remember from when they did it last summer, they're going off the top of a 3-floor house through a stack of wood and tables and light bulbs. It's pretty crazy stuff.
Just a couple comments here. Someone says Fight TV gave more life in indie wrestling and a better future.
I like to think we did. We pretty much will air anybody's shows. We have a lot of programming from the UK, Australia, New Zealand that we're adding. We've done stuff from South Africa, Cambodia. So it's a true mixing pot, and we have the right platform for it. And it's been really good with Impact Wrestling. I'm really looking forward to the July 18th event. And for true wrestling fans, I'm sure Keith knows what's significant about July 18th.
I don't know. You have to tell me.
It's the 90-day non-compete clause for the guys let go at WWE.
Oh, I see.
Yes. So
wow.
You wouldn't believe how much I've heard about the July 18th date. And that's sort of the rumors that are going to be some of those ex-Impact wrestlers who were let go at WWE may be appearing on the July 18th Impact Wrestling show. So, and I have a hard time calling Impact, AEW, or Ring of Honor as independents because they're not WWE, but they're not a true independent. I see GCW is more of a true independent.
Right. And in my book, that's actually something I address very early on. And I say I use the term independent in the most sweeping fashion, the way you might call a Seventh-day Adventist a member of the LDS Church and a Roman Catholic a Christian and a Unitarian. That's so Ring of Honor, New Japan, we're putting them all in indie category for purposes of this book that's coming out. The next book we'll see.
Okay. Well, guys, I'm going to let you. We're going to wrap up here in a second. So, Keith, where can we find your book when it does come out?
Okay. I'm telling everyone to pre-order right now. The book is called Too Sweet: Inside the Indie Wrestling Revolution, published by ECW Press. It'll be out at the end of the summer, but pre-order now. I want to get royalty checks before the book's even on the shelves.
Nice. I like it. And Michael, thank you again so much for allowing us to do this with Fight.
No problem. I have to echo Keith's cell line too. Buy your GCW events now. We love the pre-sales on all of our shows.
Great. All right. Well, thanks, guys.
Okay.
Thank
All right.
It was a
Take care.
pleasure.
All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and bring on our next guest here. Let's see. We're going to bring on the reinforcer, Andrew Anderson.
What's going on, buddy?
Andrew, how are you, buddy?
How are you, pal? How's everything?
Let's see. I'm doing great, man. Thanks so much for joining us today.
Back. Where's everybody else?
They're coming on one at a time here. Let's see. We got Nikita Breznikov.
Man, look at that head! That looks like a bulldog. Wow.
Hey, you know who I'm with? I'm with
Who you
Gino
with?
Caruso right now.
Okay. Howdy.
Let's see. We got Jason Presley.
Jason.
I love the shirt.
Howdy. Bringing up the caboose here.
How are you, buddy?
And then Evan
Doing
Ginsberg
great.
joining us as well once he can get the video working.
Evan.
Nikita, how are you, buddy?
I'm hanging in there, man. I'm hanging in there. How about you?
Good. I'm at a cookout right now at Gino Caruso's.
Nice. Anything good? I'm starving.
Yeah, got some peach moonshine.
Wow. Hold on. Here's the Evan.
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 Hey guys, how you doing?
Evan, what's going on?
How you doing, Andrew?
To quote Nikolai, you look like you haven't shit in a month.
Yeah, hey, thanks.
What's going on, buddy?
3 months of house arrest.
Well, we've all been there, man. I refuse to stay under house arrest.
Yeah, it's been rough.
I've been escaping the asylum.
Yeah.
So I was at the beach yesterday at the Jersey Shore, hung out, relaxed. So worked on the tan.
There you go.
So
Oh, Andrew, last time you had you on, you were going to be doing that show in Cuba, right? Is that back on track now, or
everything's back on track? We're just waiting for Cuba to open. That's all we're waiting for right now. So we're just waiting for to get the group.
Oh, okay. No, we can't hear. We
You
can't
there?
hear you. Oh, there you go.
There we go. Kevin Sullivan was beeping in. I had to shut him down. Remember the last time with Kevin? It was
We
we
couldn't
were talking
get him
about
on.
robot. Oh, his wife put him on. Was messing with the headphones. I forgot the headphones for the Bluetooth. Remember that?
Yep.
they heard the conversation in the car in the garage, but they didn't hear it through us.
Oh, that's right. Yep.
Remember that?
The Bluetooth wasn't working.
Yep.
And Evan, how are you? I just watched the 350 Days last week.
Thanks for your support. Appreciate it.
That was great. I love seeing all the guys that were in there. So it was good.
Billy Graham, Bret Hart, Greg Valentine, the whole crew. Yeah.
How long did it take you to film that?
It was 6 years off and on. 6 years. And the wrestler was 7 years. Right, Andrew? From start to finish?
The wrestler took a long time. 350 Days. They started filming, I think, Mania weekend 2013. Remember?
Yeah, it was about 6 years from start to finish and 2 years of promotion. So people really don't realize what goes into a movie.
There was a lot.
Wow, that's all.
And
that's long.
Evan is the reason why I was in the wrestler, and Evan is the reason why I wound up getting a great agent, and all my acting success, I always toss it Evan's way because none of it didn't get me that first. See, a lot of the guys in the movie, the background guys that were in the movie, they didn't audition. They were part of WXW, Office School, and I, on the other hand, was auditioning in front of Evan and Darren Aronofsky and a couple other people, and it was the whole production crew and the casting agency, and so Evan actually got me the role. Originally, I was slated for the role of Lex Lethal, but instead they picked the bodybuilder, the guy that actually went to jail. That's Lex Lethal, who really selling steroids, and I want to play myself on it. So they gave me my my lines, and I hit him on the first shot, and it's been history since, right?
I always say that when Andrew Anderson walks down the street, people go, "That guy's a wrestler." you look hard. Yeah.
Always. That's why Nikita loved me. I'm old school. How you feeling, my friend?
I'm okay.
You doing good?
Doing good.
He was one of my first managers. You know that? He managed the Siberian Tiger and Nikolai Volkov down the road years ago. Right?
But Evan, who told you to get Andrew Anderson? I said, you got to get him for that movie.
There you go.
That's it.
Yeah.
All right. There you go.
I raised him from a pup. I put
He did. 23 years ago. Nikita was one of the main driving forces behind my career, along with Jimmy Snuka and Gino Caruso and Kodiak Bear and Metal Maniac and a bunch of other guys. But but John Krasuski, aka Nikita Brezhnikov, was the guy who really put me, on the map with Nikolai. And sometimes John would manage me solo when Nikolai was unavailable. But it was pretty much me, John, and Nikolai, right?
That Jersey City show was just that was before the 9/11, and you could see the towers. Man, that was beautiful. But can you imagine that 23 years? I've known Evan 30. It's like, I don't believe it. I don't care about the age, but I don't believe this much time has gone. I don't.
I can't believe Nikolai's gone. I can't wrap my head around it.
No.
Do you want to hear a story? I was wrestling in Louisiana, and Jason, I'm sorry, I don't want to exclude you on it too, but I was wrestling in Louisiana and for Gulf State Wrestling, and we were doing the July Super Show, and I was sent to wake up Greg because Greg Valentine was out cold, and we had a long night the night before. Show ran late, and I went to wake up Greg that afternoon because we had to do a meet and greet at around 2:00 in the afternoon. And I went to wake him up, and I remember this kid called the Rocket. Chris Paul came knocking on my door, and he had his face was white. And he said to me, "I'm sorry, Mustang Mike sent me to tell you, I'm not, I don't know how to quite do this, but I'm going to come out and tell you." He said, "Your friend Nikolai Volkov passed away," and that was tough. That was tough. So,
but unbelievable because we all who knew him felt like he would never die. He's Superman.
He was Superman. He was immortal. You didn't expect that, and Greg broke down and I broke down. And both of us were just there, and it was tough. That was tough. So,
yeah,
he was family. He was family. He was one of the boys that you can honestly say, it was family. You know, that's why watching something like Dark Side of the Ring, to me, it's very hard, because you're watching, I call it the one side of the ring, because you're giving one side of a person's career. Then they're trying to bury Jimmy Snuka as a murderer, you know, when they didn't know Jimmy Snuka, you know, and stuff like that. You know, I mean, it's tough. You know what I mean? The whole it's hard. They tried to bury Kevin Sullivan as a perpetrator of domestic violence on Nancy Sullivan, when in fact it was Nancy Sullivan who stabbed Kevin and was the one who was arrested. You know, so there's a lot of insight that you come to something like that. But Nikolai was family.
But what's the point of it? Why do they need to go into the shit?
Because
Who cares?
It's John. Bad press is the only press that people want to see these days.
Because
you know?
they have no product. They've got
Nope.
nothing. Like when we talk about the 70s, the early 80s, when wrestling was real and we cared, they can't do that now. So now they got to go to Shit City and try to draw a crowd with that stuff. And that is desecration of the dead. That's just low rent, man, all the way.
That's what it comes down to. It's just it's sad. You know, they have such potential to put out some really turnaround stories. It could be the dark side of the ring, but they could show the turnaround, how guys have turned their lives around and saved other guys' lives. Like do a DDP story, you know, how DDP has saved people's lives. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that alone.
Say that they all have, because I know for me, as I talk about being an abused kid, they were there for me. They saved my life. I could have gone to hell very easily. I think wrestlers are just like real life superheroes, no matter what era, today, yesterday. So yeah, they do a service for the community, for people. And then to sit there and dig back and say, well, you know, they're going to come up with this story, and it's like, nah, man, come on. Especially Evan, this is right up your alley. You made money off of their ass all these years. Now you want to stick it up their ass. It's like, come on, man, that ain't right at all.
Making money off their death, you know, exploiting the death or the dark things they've done. You know, look, everybody has skeletons in the closet. I don't care who you are. We all have skeletons. I mean, I had my years with substance abuse, and I had Nikolai who would scream at me all the time. You know, you don't do this. You know, and I'll quote him and I'll imitate him. Drew, you don't want to end up being a drug addict. You know, and he'd turn around and say that to me. You know, so, or why are you hanging out with these guys? These guys bad guys. You know, he'd come out and tell me the truth. You know.
Right.
So that's why Scott Teal and I talked about doing the book. We don't talk about anything behind the curtain or anything behind the scenes. That was never of interest to me. I cared about the character, and that was it. When they come out between the curtain and go to the ring, that's all I care about. Afterwards, that's your business, and I don't need to know.
Well, John Cosper and I are going to be working on my book. He's going to be fixing it up and putting crossing the I's and dotting the T's and putting the continuity together. My book is going to have it's a lot different, because I have a lot of old interviews with guys. It's sort of like my version of a story, a lot of road stories and craziness. My version of a story, and then I have the versions from Piper, from Snuka, from a lot of guys who are no longer with us, from Nikolai, were interviewed when we were doing the documentary Behind the Ropes that got panned because we lost the funding for it. So you remember we were filming Behind the Ropes, Evan, remember?
Yeah.
So the 2014 and 15, and it was running parallel when he started doing 350 days. I was doing it with a company called the It Factor. They ran out of funding and they had some controversy with their company. But so I have all these interviews on my career, which is great, which we're going to transcribe into the book. So you're going to have a section of the book where it's my story and their story, the legends who lived with me, who were with me and put up with my craziness and bullshit and immaturities and cultivated me to become the wrestler I am today. And you know, now I hate to say it, but I've become an elder statesman of the independent scene, somebody said. I found that kind of funny, you know, because I was like, me, of all people, you know, the guy who would blow up your gym bag is now considered, you know, an elder statesman, you know.
I think we should let Eddie and Jason talk a little.
Yeah,
I know, right?
You mean Drew's going to be quiet? I don't believe it.
I'm enjoying.
No,
but no, Jason.
Jason is always silent.
Eddie loves it when I start going off.
So, Jason, what have you been up? What have you been up to since the last COVID con?
Mostly just digging through research, working on my next book, distracting myself, not working on my next book, that kind of thing. Spend a lot of time digging through newspaper archives since I can't actually go anywhere.
Jason, the artist behind you?
Yeah, it is. It's actually a mini fridge.
I'm a massive Doctor Who fan.
Awesome. I'll have to track you down at the next CAC and we can talk all things Doctor Who.
Audition in Wales to get on some episodes of Doctor Who. You know that?
Oh no.
Instead, I got on Vikings instead. They said you look more like a Viking.
A little more.
Yeah, I didn't quite fit the parts for Doctor Who, but I got on Vikings with that, so that was cool. I played one of the King's men.
Somebody has a question here. Andrew, Kenny wants to know: did Evan hit you with the casting couch action?
Yeah, I'm still walking funny from that one.
Yeah.
Evan, a strap on couldn't be. Evan can't be that big.
Hold on. Somebody has a question. Does the death of kayfabe lead us to want to hear these negative stories about wrestlers?
I'll let Evan answer that one.
Well, any show, any movie, any documentary should really be balanced. So, whenever I do something, we try to accentuate, all sides. That's what a good documentarian does. And when you watch 350 Days, at the end, the wrestlers are all talking about how, as tough as it was, they do it all over again the same way. So, you can't make it all grim because that's not entertaining either. So,
yeah, I mean, not accurate or fair.
I say it's a no regrets. That's the way I look at it. No regrets. You got to take the good with the bad, because with every fairy tale story, there's a lot of sadness and a lot of bad things that happen to that person on his way to his success. And a lot of people who were very successful wind up ending up in a bad place. So it kind of works either or. And I guess you can have, a little bit of both. Everybody in their life has a little bit of both, the good and the bad. You got to balance it out,
Sure.
Now, Jason, do you want to talk a little bit about the Great Wrestling Venues book?
Sure. So basically my book is Great Wrestling Venues, Alabama, 1931, 1935. The Wrestling Venues header is kind of sort of a gimmick, a theme that Scott Teal's using to pull several sort of result style books together that are on specific either arenas or states or cities. I asked a bunch of questions a while back trying to find information about how kind of the wrestling business got started in Alabama, how the territories built up, and no one could really tell me anything farther back than, say, the late 50s, early 60s. So I just started digging around for myself to try to figure out where all that came from, and then spent about a year and a half digging through newspaper archives and like Ancestry.com, any archive of any sort I could find with information, pestering all the other historians online and sort of trying to assemble a picture of what it was like back then. And I end up sort of painting a picture, both what it was like in Alabama at the time, as well as what it was like to travel the roads back then. One thing I didn't get in here that I hope to get in the next book is there was a really great highway map from 1936 that the state had published that I want to get in the next one and highlight all the roads because it was pre-interstate. So everything is at best 2-lane highway, a lot of dirt roads. A lot of shows got canceled just because it had rained the night before and you couldn't get across the road, across a river. A lot of wrestlers that weren't able to make their shows because of the same thing. A lot of people getting run off the road, wrecks and things like that. And then I lucked out in that I was able to track down the family, basically the daughter-in-law and the grandson of Chris Jordan, who was the promoter back then. So she's still around and her grandson's still around, and they had some photos and some paperwork and things, and not a whole lot, unfortunately, but it was a personal connection. It was people I could talk to, and they could point me in a few other directions. And so I piled as much of that as I could in the book. I'm right now, I talked about working on my next book. My next book's going to cover 36 to 40. And Chris Jordan died in 1940. So that's why I'm kind of keeping the focus on that to make sort of a logical end to that era. And then I intend to do a third book on the entire 1940s, which it's a little slimmer wrestling wise because you got World War II right in the middle of there. So a lot fewer shows are running, a lot fewer bodies are available to put in the ring because they're all somewhere off fighting or doing their service, and so they're not available to work. So your talent becomes the older veterans who are still there but are too old for active service, or they probably did their part possibly in the World War. And so, yeah, the next one will be on the rest of the 30s. But that's kind of I've been trying to find ways that that wrestling in the 30s really wasn't all that different than it was maybe 20, 30 years ago. Really, the big change where you see like AEW and Impact and Ring of Honor and the current WWE product, a lot of that's relatively recent. The sort of major shift in the style in the ring, that's all like the last 20 years or so, really. But before that, wrestling was wrestling. I mean, that's what was on the marquee, and that's what people came to see. All across the South and all across the country, despite the fact that in the 1930s, it's the height of the Depression. That was when Alabama's territory developed, while people are out of work and down on their luck. And so you see the ticket prices for events go from the late 20s, they're maybe $1.50, $2.50 for ringside, which today probably translates to $40 or $50, which is about what, I mean, not surprising for a good wrestling show to pay $50, $60 for a ringside event. But as the Depression pressed on, the ticket prices start dropping all the way down to 25 cents for ringside, and 25 cents kids get in free with a paid admission. Anything they could just to keep the shows going and keep people coming and keep the wrestlers employed. And there was even briefly, there was in the 1930s, it was one of the first polio outbreaks. So there was sort of a corollary to what's going on right now. There were a lot of towns that got shut down in Alabama because of polio outbreaks. At the time, they called it infantile paralysis. But yeah, they were eventually doing sort of the same contact tracing kind of thing, trying to figure out why is this spreading from town to town as towns are getting shut down and people are being told to stay home and don't gather. Churches are shut down and court proceedings and any big gatherings are shut down, including wrestling. And what I found out as I start following that little thread of it's not really wrestling related, but it's affecting the business. It turns out one of the doctors that was going around trying to diagnose and treat people was the infection vector. He was the one carrying it from town to town.
Wow.
I guess he got infected, but he didn't get affected by it. So he was just a carrier. And once they finally figured that out, they had to quarantine him, even though he was one of the best doctors they had helping everybody at the time. And that was just sort of, this was pre antibiotics days. So it was really rough. But yeah, so wrestling was shut down in most of the state for a good 6 months as they kind of waited for the incubation period to pass in different cities. So I just thought that was interesting that something like that happened.
Amazing, right?
Yeah,
I wonder how that did you find results in the newspapers?
Oh yes, newspaper coverage was hit and miss back then, but yeah, you can go all the way back into the late 1800s and find write-ups for wrestling shows, and depending on how friendly the editors were with the promoter, and whether or not you had a sports editor who didn't want to cover that fake wrestling versus someone who, I love wrestling, I'll do anything you want. So you'll have one town where it's very derisive or they won't even cover the shows at all, versus you'll have another town where if they have a daily paper, there's a write-up every day leading up to the show, box ads for every show leading up to it, and then a big 2-column write-up on the results of what happened. So it varied from town to town, paper to paper, as to how friendly the media there was to the business. But there's some of the best background comes out of some of those stories. And then sometimes it's like pulling teeth trying to find anything. You might find a little blurb that there's going to be Wrestling Tuesday at the Armory, and then that's it. And there's no result. There's no listing of who it is. And about all I could do is put a little mention of there was this one little line that said there was wrestling here. I have no idea who it was. But yeah, it's been fascinating finding the papers that had the great write-ups and the really enthusiastic editors that were supporting the sport versus the ones that were really antagonistic towards it. It wasn't boxing. And so they didn't want to cover it. I wanted to do some research for basically the sort of the precursor to Roy Welch's territory in West Tennessee, because there was a fairly vibrant wrestling territory that was sort of Western Tennessee, northeastern Arkansas, southeastern Missouri, and southwestern Kentucky, where there was kind of a circuit of all the smaller towns there. And one of the towns, there's no coverage, and there was actually an editorial posted by the editor of the newspaper that they're not covering any of these fake sports because there was wrestling, and apparently there was something popular at the time that they called a walkathon, which apparently was sort of like a dance-a-thon, but you're just walking around a track for hours and hours and hours on end. But apparently it was something that was also worked, so they didn't want to cover them.
Evan,
And so
what
there
does
was
Quality say? Everything is a work. Everything.
Work. So the editor wrote an editorial that as long as he is there at this newspaper, these things will not be covered in this newspaper. And so there's about a 3-year gap in wrestling coverage in that newspaper until he moves on.
It never ended. Yeah.
No. And so much attitude is the same then as it is now.
Wow.
So you either have the people that are dead set against it for whatever reason, or you have the people that love it.
Well, see, that's like the 70s, and Evan, he's about the same age as I am. We believed, of course, we kept hearing the naysayers, but we believed, and you had arenas that were full. And if you dare to come into that arena and use that F word, fake, you're going to get your teeth knocked out because they don't want to hear it. Okay. These are people that are bleeding what's going on in that Bruno, Chief. They're our family. What you doing to them, you're doing to us. And God help you, Von Erich and Tanaka and Fuji and all those people, because, hey, Evan, I always loved the story about your father, the cab driver, when Bruno wrestled Arion. And what happened?
Yeah. Every Greek taxi driver in New York was at Madison Square Garden to see Spiros Arion. I'll tell you guys a funny story. I was a kid and I was a total mark, and all the big kids were saying, on April 30, 1977, Billy Graham's going to beat Bruno. And I go, what are you talking about? And that's exactly what happened, exactly where it was supposed to happen, in Baltimore. And I was totally disillusioned. And then I got over it. And I've been watching for almost 50 years. 50 years almost, yeah.
50 years. Me too. I've been following 50 years. Yeah. But now you see, I call it true fiction. And the reason it happened in Baltimore was because you remember Brody tried to do it with Bruno in the Garden, and they stopped the match and they said, no, he can't pin him with the rope. But Baltimore, Maryland State Athletic Commission, when a decision is rendered by an official, like a referee, it cannot be changed. So it's like, okay, we can do it in Baltimore. Plus, now people can feel like, hey, the title will not just change hands in the Garden. It could be anywhere. Baltimore, Providence, Rhode Island, wherever. So they killed, as Dominic DeNucci say, one bird with 2 stones. So it was beautiful.
Wow.
It worked out great. And it fooled everybody. I mean, we see the cameras and it's like, what's going on? You know, Vince McMahon is here. What is this all about?
Let me ask you a question regards to Billy Graham. Do you guys feel that it was a mistake to take the belt off him when they did to Backlund and put it on Bob?
Absolutely. He could have been the Hulk Hogan 10 years earlier. Hogan borrowed so much of Billy Graham's act, as did Jesse Ventura and others. I mean, he was on fire. And whenever he teamed with Ivan Koloff, they would fake like they were about to break up, and the fans would side with Billy.
Yep.
Right, Nikita?
You know, I never get into that what if. I go by what was. And when people try to say, well, they had to load the card for Backlund, They did that with Superstar. When he first won, Bruno was on almost every card up until September, wrestling either Patera or Steele because they didn't know what the hell was going to happen. They never had a heel champion run with the belt that long. And it's like, man, we got the company on the line. So, look, the Garden every month, they had visitors from other territories. The Garden was WrestleMania every month. It just wasn't loading the Garden for anybody. You know, that was the difference. But you look at Backlund beating Valentine, beating the Iron when he was great Hussein. The crowd pops. It's got nothing to do with who else is on the card. What did now see? Like Vince made Hogan with all of his propaganda machine and all all the pomp and circumstance. He could have done the same for Graham, but it just wasn't that time. I agree. Look, Superstar, I said it right here in this book. That was my favorite era with Superstar Billy Graham. It was great watching Bruno chase the guy that stole the belt. Chief and Garea, they're getting title matches. Superstar had charisma. Could he have gone longer? Hell yeah. He could have carried that belt probably 5 more years, but
turn the baby.
The old man, McMahon, he had his ideas. They had more money than me, so I guess they knew what they were doing. I don't know how to answer it.
And I'm friends with Bobby Backlund, so I mean I'm friends with Superstar, but I'm actually tighter with Bobby Backlund than I am Superstar. And I'll always go out and say it. I think that Superstar's run would have been phenomenal. I think it would have been the whole other. Would it have been Hulkamania?
It was phenomenal. They still hold the record. Him and Bruno selling out the Spectrum. Plus, they can't even gauge how many people were turned away for that cage match 2 days before Graham dropped the belt on February 18th. It's like Superstar was over. He was phenomenal.
And I think he had the record in sellouts and consecutive sellouts in Madison Square Garden.
Well, he didn't have that because Maivia didn't sell out with him, but that wasn't their fault.
That was the one. I think Maivia's was the only one, but it was close. It was still like I think 18,000 or something like that.
He did great, and he was great, and he still is great. And to me, it was genius. And you had to figure, look, Bruno was getting. I mean, it wasn't his age; it was his physicality. I mean, he had been through so much that mere mortals couldn't have gone through what Bruno did. Yeah, so it's like, who do we give this to? Who? It's not just going to be another 10-day, 1-month transitional champion like Stasiak and Koloff. Somebody that's going to carry this belt for almost a year. It had to be somebody that could just reach out and grab us and say, I hate that son of a bitch. I can't wait till somebody beats him. And there he was. He put the people in the seat. I'll say this again. And Evan, you remember Bobo Brazil probably better than almost anybody else here with me. When they put Bobo against Graham in Baltimore, that was marketing genius. That was a sellout. We loved it. That was phenomenal. We thought Bobo would beat the guy. I was like, man, it was just Superstar. He was a great champion, without a doubt.
That was awesome.
Go ahead, Eddie.
Eddie, come on.
Yeah, well, Andrew, I got a question for you. I read that. So you went to school for business, right?
Business administration. Yep, I was an investment banker.
So what made you when did you make the decision to get into wrestling?
When I was bouncing on the weekends to meet girls. So because I was working on the 35th floor of the Payne Weber building on the Avenue of the Americas in Manhattan, and from 1989 to 1991. In 1989, I met at a bar in North Arlington, New Jersey, a wrestler by the name of Rocky Jones, who used to wrestle as Mike Masters for Portland for Don Owen and also for the WWE for Vince McMahon Sr. He wrestled Hogan. He wrestled Buddy Rose. He wrestled Piper and everybody up in Portland, and he did a lot of stuff for Vince. He was on the undercard for Vince. You know who I'm talking about, Nikita. Oh, yeah. Mike Masters. And
he got a nice mini push when Danucci and Bruno started that IWA too.
Yep, and he got a nice push there too. But so he was the first wrestler I met, but he told me I should become a worker, and I didn't think anything of it. You know what I'm saying? Then in 1991, I was bouncing at a bar in Wallington, New Jersey, and in walks Jimmy Superfly Snuka and the Metal Maniac. And me being the mark I was, I saw Snuka, and it was like, I was throwing a guy out, and as he was walking in, I dropped the guy on his head. Actually, they wanted to fire me for dropping the guy on his head. When I saw Jimmy walking, I was like, I had him actually, believe it or not, in almost like a fireman carry hold, and I literally dropped the guy, let him fall behind me, Ultimate Warrior style, and I went over and wound up sitting. I got fired, sitting drinking with Jimmy that whole night, and Jeff Miller, the Metal Maniac, and then they got me involved in the business. They brought me. I was carrying Jimmy's bag for a long time, and when Jeff didn't show up one time, I wound up actually getting in the ring with Jimmy up in Massachusetts. He said, it's going to be a squash. You're going to listen to me. And I wore a mask, and I did the bump, took the splash. Actually, he did a headbutt because he didn't want me to take the splash because I never took it before. And then I wound up getting trained by at East Coast Professional Wrestling by Gino Caruso and Jimmy Superfly Snuka. And it was and then before you know it, I was with Nikolai Volkov and teaming with Nikolai, and it was a great time working for Hillbilly Cousin Luke. He ran a lot of shows, worked with Dennis Coralluzzo, and started out slow and didn't think anything of it. And then all of a sudden I'm getting called here and there, and eventually the Siberian Tiger character became Andrew Anderson, and Andrew Anderson became the Reinforcer. By Crowbar christened me the Reinforcer. He said, Arn was the Enforcer. Why don't you be the Reinforcer? So, and that was in '99, and from there on, it's been a long career. I've wrestled all around the world for 5 continents. It's been fun, man. I mean, it's been
There's a book somebody should be writing on Dennis Coralluzzo, or at least do a show, Eddie. Talk to Kenny about it. That guy is a legend in itself.
On Dennis Coralluzzo, I guarantee you.
What's that?
Dark Side of the Ring are talking about doing a Dennis Coralluzzo one.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, he really did a lot for indie wrestling, New Jersey wrestling. I mean, I like the guy. He bled wrestling. Dennis was definitely he was the epitome of the stereotypical promoter. He was definitely a gimmick in and of himself, and he was a character. I love Dennis, and he taught me a lot. And he had his good and bad sides too, and he had his shady portions too. And he did a lot for me, and he put. Actually, I gotta tell you a funny Dennis story. Dennis calls me over with another promoter. I don't even want to mention this guy's name, but Dennis calls me over and says, "Hey, kid, I got an idea for you." He goes, "I got Billy Eadie coming to a show. He's wrestling. He just got released from the WWE. He's going to wrestle his axe. I got an idea. I got something for you. I got an outfit for you to put on." He hands me the Masked Superstar outfit. And I'm thinking to myself, Billy's going to kill me. He's going to kill me. And he said, "No, I got permission. I got permission." I put the outfit on. I'm working. I get in the ring. They didn't tell him he was wrestling the Masked Superstar. I came out. Billy had a smile on his face the whole time. He chopped the living shit out of me. And he said to me, he goes, "Kid, the outfit looks good. You can keep it." And I wound up moonlighting on the side as the Masked Superstar for a number of years, teaming with Billy Eadie and working against Billy. So it was pretty cool. It was a funny, but that was the kind of guy Dennis was. Dennis didn't even tell Billy Eadie I was going to wear the outfit. And when I found out about it from the boys, I'm thinking, I remember Tommy Rich was passed out sleeping on a gym bench, the little thin bench. Tommy Rich was hung over and sleeping on it, and I'm trying to wake him up saying, "Tommy, you think I should do this? Think I should do this?" And he was just grunting and groaning. He was working Doug Gilbert that night, and it was experience. That story will be in my book too. I'm gonna get Billy. I have to get an interview with Billy on that. So, but that's pretty cool. That was a funny situation I was put in. So, but that was the kind of guy Dennis was,
Let's see. John wants to know how's Dominic DeNucci doing.
Oh, I from what I heard, he's doing good. He had the problem was a lot less than it was. I spoke to I don't know, anybody remember Lord Zoltan, Ken Jugan? Yeah, he gave us periodic updates, and he called me, told me Dominic was doing a lot better. It was a lot less serious than they thought. I think it was a valve problem. I think he had some stents put in or a valve.
Davey O'Hanlon. Davey's really close to Dominic. Davey says he's fine. He's going to come back.
Fine. Yeah, he's out of the woods. Thank God. I mean, Dominic's a great guy. One of the nicest guys in the business I've ever met. So, and Davey O'Hanlon too. Davey O'Hanlon, a lot of kudos to him. Early on in my career, Davey was one of the guys who pulled me aside. I helped train his son for a little while. Davey Jr. called himself Dave the Wave. But Dominic, Davey was one of the guys who pulled me aside and said, he said, listen, kid, you got a great look. You got to get yourself out there. You can't just stay in one state. Can't just stay in one spot. You got to move around. And he was there right around the cusp when I started teaming with Nikolai as the Siberian Tiger. So he was, so.
Davey O'Hanlon is absolutely great and incredibly underrated. Top-notch guy.
So
Brass Knuckles champion.
Yep.
We loved him. He was always. And outside of the ring, a very nice guy. Hey, coming up is Hollywood. Jeannie. So I want everybody to stay tuned because you can't find a better girl than her. She's a great heart. She's another person, all the way with the business, 100%.
Yep.
Definitely.
I told Jeannie.
Evan, did you want to talk about your book Apartment 4B at all?
Excuse me?
You have the book Apartment 4B?
Yes, Apartment 4B, like in Brooklyn, about growing up in East Flatbush, Brooklyn in the 60s and 70s. It was a rough neighborhood, and there's a lot of parallels with today, a lot of tensions, political tensions, racial tensions. So if anybody's interested, it's a short story collection.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I'm that's something I'd be interested in.
I'll get you a copy.
Hearing the parallel.
A lot of parallels. Yeah.
Andrew, we're having some feedback from your mic, buddy.
Yeah, so there's a party going on right behind me. That's why.
Oh, okay.
So, Jason, I want to ask you for Eddie and everybody else. When it was real, when Scott said, here, look this over, how much of a spaghetti mess was it?
It really wasn't that bad. Scott actually sort of in rapid fire hit me with 3 of the books that were going to come out at last year's Cauliflower Alley. So mine came out. He did the annotated Fall Guys, yours, and Ron Hutchinson's. So I plowed through all those in the course of a week. Really everything that I found was like a missing letter, a missing comma. It flowed really well. So I enjoyed it because it was I had no experience with that period of WWF since I was born in '76, so it was all before me. But now that I can go onto the network and I can see a lot of those shows. And as I'm reading your book and reading through, and really I'm skimming more than anything else, but I'm trying to read because this is all new material for me. A lot of times I could read your account of a show, then go on the network and watch the show, and you were dead on, and that was just awesome. And I love going through the book now because when Scott gave it to me, like I had mentioned on Facebook earlier today, it was just a text document, 619 pages, just of straight text. Yeah. So it's really not easy on the eyes. Didn't have any of the photos in it, any of the ads or any of that. Didn't even really have the chapter breaks set apart. So it's just 600 pages of text. But yeah, now it's I need to go back and actually sit down and read it thoroughly now that all the pictures and everything and the ads are in there. And it should flow a lot better. But yeah, it wasn't bad. I mean, everything was minor. And there are a couple of cases where it was, I imagine it's just a matter of, with that many pages, sometimes you'll repeat yourself, and there was like 1 or 2 stories where it was like, well, I read this paragraph 400 pages ago, and that kind of thing. So trimming a little bit out here and rearranging a thing here. But yeah, it was very clean. Both yours and Ron's were very clean. It all came down to just nitpicky. There's a missing period here or something along those lines, missing letters.
What's special about Nikita's book is that you feel the awe and wonder of being a kid or a teenager watching these larger than life legends up close and personal, and you're experiencing what it was like to be there, to physically be there. It's not just results. It's
Absolutely.
emotional. It's, I love Nikita's book. I recommend it.
That's why I
And
had trouble getting Scott involved, because he's like, we don't need another This Day in History. I said, Scott, please read it. Just look at a sample. It's not that. It's not about me. It's about me as a fan and what it meant to us and how we lived it. Every day it was like, this is important. I don't care what's going on in school. I don't care. This is important. Who won the tag belts last night? That's it.
Those guys to us were real life superheroes and villains. That was Marvel Comics. That was DC Comics. Killer Kowalski and Bobo Brazil. These guys were giants. These guys were huge, larger than life guys. And as kids, we were like in awe of them. And Nikita captures that. You know, there's a million books, but very few capture what it was like, you know. And also, let me just throw this in real quick because I know you're running out of time. You know, we went without dads, we went without grandparents, with our uncles, and they're all gone now. So these are our greatest childhood memories. Wrestling means a lot to us, and Nikita captured it. He captured it.
Or that television in the living room, sitting there with the everybody's watching it, you know, and it's like, man, I wish we could go back. Thank you.
All right. Well, listen, let's see. We'll go around Jason, where can everyone find your book?
Both mine and Nikita's can be found at crowbarpress.com.
Okay, great. And
my Kindle
Evan,
version on Amazon.
What's that?
Scott has the Kindle version on Amazon.
Okay, great. And then Evan, we have you have 350 days and the book Apartment 4B.
And also check out Wrestling and Everything Coast to Coast. It's our new radio show. Nikita was on recently, and we do 1 hour interviews with insiders. There's no Raw or SmackDown reviews. Okay, check it out.
Wait, where can we find that?
It's on YouTube, or go to our Facebook page, Wrestling and Everything Coast to Coast. My co-host is Buddy Sotelo, who is a noted indie heel manager. Good talker. You'll enjoy the show.
Okay. And Andrew, where are we going to see you next?
You're going to see me next on July 3rd in Plano, Texas, for SWE Fury TV tapings. It's a great promotion. Myself, Rodney Mack, Tim Storm is the heavyweight champion. Hopefully everything will be good, and TV will happen. And then on the 5th of July, you'll see me in I'll be in Sherman, Texas, for the Global Reunion. It's going to be a combination of Wrestling 2.0, Alex Porto's company, with Robert Langdon's Texoma Pro Wrestling, and it's a global reunion. Stevie Ray, Action Jackson, Alex Porto, obviously, Chaz Taylor. And it's amazing. Rodney Mack. Awesome. You know, it's going to be a hell of a show. So, and also Killer Tim Brooks will be there. He's not doing very well, but he'll be there in attendance also. So prayers go out to Killer Tim Brooks, good friend of mine.
Okay. Well, hey, thanks, guys. Really appreciate you guys.
By January, February, we'll have start talking about a second tour of Cuba. But November, December, we'll know for sure whether we're hitting Cuba. So,
okay.
And thank you, Eddie, and thank Kenny Casanova and the whole team for doing this. It's very special. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, take care, guys. We'll see you around.
Prosper too. Thank you, Eddie. Thank you, guys.
All right, take care.
Bye-bye.
All right, we're gonna get our next segment going here. We got let's see, coming on first. We're gonna have here we go. Hollywood. Jeannie Basone, how are you?
That's it. I'm great, honey. How are you today?
I'm doing good. Thanks so much for joining us. Let me get on Fred Ottman here.
Great.
How you
Thanks
doing?
for having me.
Hey,
Fred,
how are you, brother? How are you doing?
Good. Thank you.
And Jeannie, big fan. I'm a big fan here, Hollywood.
Hi, honey. How are you, Fred?
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Good.
And then let me bring on John Crowther here from Squared Circle Comics.
Hey, guys.
Hey, John.
And I think we're waiting for Bushwhacker Luke to join us as well.
Yeah, I was just on the phone with him. He may be charging his phone a little bit. He said he was at 20%.
Okay, that's all right. Well, we can get started. We can get started here.
Sure.
Well, thanks so much for joining us today.
Thanks for
Absolutely.
having us.
Yes, thank you very much.
So I'll get it started since we'll wait for some questions to come in. But Hollywood, I was a huge fan of Glow when I was younger.
What were you, 5?
Oh, no, I was probably like 11. I was probably like 11 or 12.
Oh, I love it.
Well, yeah.
What state did you grow up in? Where did you see that at?
I grew up in Connecticut.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
We were on the Sally Jesse Raphael show.
Yes. Yeah.
I think that was Connecticut.
That's
We
awesome.
barely made that show. Me and Vine missed our connection into Chicago, and we just took another flight. We just go, this one's going to go near Connecticut, so let's go to Jersey. So we get on the plane. This is when you could do that kind of stuff. So we just hopped on another plane. We got to our hotel probably at 3 a.m. And Sally, we're supposed to be picked up at 6 a.m. to go on to have somebody come pick us up and then take us to Connecticut. So needless to say, we had no sleep at all, 2 of us. The rest of the gang were all there. They went in ahead of us. So that's my memories of Connecticut.
Yeah, and Fred, obviously, you were Typhoon, right? Tugboat.
Tugboat, Typhoon, the Shockmaster, the BADD, Big Steel Man. Coming at you live, brother, from St. Petersburg.
Now, when you came into the WWF, originally you were Tugboat, but why
No. The first 6 to 8 months I came in, I had been wrestling in Florida with Dusty down there. And then I went overseas to Graz, Austria to work with Otto Wanz. So it was my first time overseas.
Okay.
Then when I came back, WCW and WWF had contacted me to come to work for them, and I went up there as Big Steel Man until they came up with the gimmick that it's all about marketing. It's all about, merchandise and all that stuff. So 6 or 8 months, the first 6 or 8 months were there. And Slick was my manager actually when I first came in there.
Wow, that's so funny.
When I was on the road.
But okay.
If you look at all 3 copies of the encyclopedia in the front of the book, it has me as Big Man Steel, but it's Big Steel Man.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So when you came in because what I remember was Tugboat Thomas was the one that I remember.
Yes.
Right. But that
right.
I feel like that went away pretty quickly. Was there a reason why, or?
No, I was there. I worked a lot with Hogan.
Yep.
And when Quake put Hogan out, he was tagging with Dino Bravo, and I was more or less like a cheerleader 3/4 of the time. And then they put us together, and I wrestled with him, and then I did the big turn on him, actually with Luke of the Bushwhackers in a tag match, a big tag match. And matter of fact, people still hate me for her. And Luke's one of my best friends. You son of a gun, hate my guts. But, and did the turn. I'd actually just finished doing a photo shoot in, where was it? Rhode Island on tugboats. And they came to me. And when I got back to TV 3 days later, before I came back, I got to see the Hasbro figure that they were making of me as Tugboat, the 2-up that never became a doll. I got back to TV, and then Quake had finished his run with Hogan, and they approached me about, would you be interested in tagging with Earthquake and becoming a team? We want to put this team together called the Natural Disasters. You would be Typhoon, and Jimmy Hart would be your manager, and I loved Quake, and I knew that we worked very similar and could do a lot of the same stuff. I mean, stuff like small guys did, and we were big. Quake was like 460, and I was like 390. My heaviest was 416, and the rest was history. Became tag team champions and all that, whole 9 yards.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
And John, what have you been working on since the last COVID con when you were talking about the comic book encyclopedia?
Yeah, that came out actually. We've just sent it off to the printer, so we should be getting those in hand pretty soon. And we just put it up on Amazon. But our next release is going to be Killer Bees #3, which will be a bunch of stuff actually happen. So Killer Bees #3 will probably launch on Kickstarter next month. followed by Gangrel's book. I just literally finished the script for Jeannie's book last week, and she'll be getting a surprise.
Awesome.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, she'll be getting a surprise pretty soon because we just hired a cover artist who's going to start working on that here in the next couple of weeks. Another big surprise, I've been begging Fred to let me do his comic, and he kind of conceded a little bit for me. And if you're aware of Antarctic Press, they've done a lot of my early stuff, like Rochelle. I do some horror comics books through them, an exciting comics line, and they've got they're on their 40th anniversary as a publisher now. And Ben Dunn, who's the founder of that company, has put together this great big thing called Indie Wars, which is kind of a new thing for me doing with wrestlers, because what Indies Wars is it's this big intergalactic monster. And I kind of got a little bug in my ear to give Fred and Luke a call. And I've got actually Fred and Luke are going to make an appearance in Indie Wars and do battle with this giant galactic monster, which is actually pretty cool. So the art's coming down on that. And then another reason we got Luke, I wanted to tie Luke in with this is I just signed a deal with him and Butch a few weeks back, and last week we just started work on their actually full-length autobiography. So I'm kind of venturing out of the comic book realm, and we're working on a Bushwhacker's Tale from the Road book, which it's been a pretty cool experience. I mean, Butch is down in New Zealand right now, so we've had to figure out the whole time zone thing for our interviews. So basically, like every Wednesday at 8, for me and Butch, it's 8 o'clock because he's down in Clearwater. But for Butch, he's down in New Zealand, so it's noon for him. So it's kind of worked out for a nice. And honestly, growing up a fan of wrestling, I mean, I remember Fred from Florida's territory, but growing up a fan of wrestling and really on championship wrestling from Florida, and even seeing Bushwhackers when they were the sheep herders, seeing them come through Florida. I mean, just about everybody, who was a big name in the WWE or WWF at one point was a big name in championship wrestling from Florida at one point. So I remember all those guys before they ever even got called up, and to be able to work with them. And I mean, I've been lucky enough growing up in Florida to actually hang out with Fred some and hang out with Luke some, but real treat to get, Butch on the other side of the world and still, funny as hell. I think our first conversation, I got Luke and we're trying to get Butch on, and Luke's telling me, because we're doing like this kind of talk like this. And so Luke, and I've always enjoyed this with guys who are a little bit older than me. I remember visiting my grandfather one time. We were moving a TV, and he told me and my buddy to put a little jism on it, and he didn't understand the connotation of the word jism. But with Luke, I call Luke and he's like, "Hey, John, I always loved a good three-way." So we get Butch on. I'm like, "Hey, Butch, I was just talking to Luke about your three-ways." So
that's awesome. Also, hey, John, also heavy metal, brother, heavy metal.
Yeah, heavy metal. I do work with heavy metal. I've
that's awesome.
Yeah,
one of my favorites.
And I sent Fred a copy of that. But heavy metal's that was kind of like a holy grail for me as a kid growing up.
It was
and luckily,
I
started working with them starting this past January. So, yeah, some real fun stuff. And I got more stuff coming out with them too. Hopefully, here pretty soon too. So, lots going on.
Let's get some questions here. Steve Kane, hey Jeannie, hey Fred, 2 longtime dear friends.
Awesome.
And then Steve says, "Hey Fred." Sheila says, "Hi, it's our anniversary."
Hey Steve.
Let's see. We got a question from Russell here. Hollywood, how do you feel about the success of the Netflix show Glow, and how it differed from your experience with the company?
Everyone asked that. That's a good question. Who knew 35 years ago that somebody would do a show about our show? I mean, I take that every day as a blessing just to bring it back. The show, so everybody knows, it's not the same as ours, but it's Hollywood, so it's not a carbon copy of our show. But I love it. So as soon as I knew that they were going to do something, I was like, yes, I cannot wait to see where they go with it, what they say, what they do. So it is a little different, but anything that promotes our show is great. That's how I look at it. There are places in it where their director is doing drugs. Our director, his vice was gambling. I mean, that's it. He didn't do drugs, and if anybody was caught doing any of that, you were fired immediately. We had curfew. I don't see those girls having curfew. I mean, if we were not in by 12 o'clock, you didn't get in trouble, but you definitely reprimanded like that was your dad. So I felt like I was living with my parents, even though I'm 21 years old. But I think they're on their third season now, but I don't even know, since the COVID thing, they stopped production. So who even knows if that's going to play out this year? I hope it does, but I thought the show was great. I thought they did a great job. I think Gingy Cohen did a great job. Everybody knows her from Orange is the New Black. So I was definitely really happy that they did that. Brought back some. Yeah.
I think it's awesome because I was a big fan of your show. Okay. And I worked on a project with Chavo Guerrero Jr. And I had no idea that he was worked on the show, and he'd gotten an award and that stuff. And I thought that was awesome because his dad was a real good friend of mine, one of the first bookers for my first territory in Texas. And yes.
And Fred, did you know that his uncle Mondo was my trainer?
Oh yeah, Mondo's a big stuntman in Hollywood. Yeah, oh yeah, that's awesome. I think that is fantastic.
And you can read all about it. You can read all about it, Fred, in Hollywood's new comic.
Oh, yes! I love it. and you know, John, I have all your comics. I am your biggest fan.
I know.
Literally your biggest fan. Yeah.
I read John's story last week, and John, you nailed it. I mean, I could picture it like as a comic, as a movie. You nailed it. I am just so excited. You did such a great job with it.
Yeah, but I couldn't have done it if you. I couldn't have done it if you hadn't lived it, Jeannie. So
that's true too. But you know what? It's awesome. Thank you for bringing that to life for me and our fans.
That's awesome.
Let's see. Jason wants to know, Fred in Hollywood, any thoughts on first being seen as larger than life cartoon characters to now being actual comic book characters?
You go first.
I tell everybody I'm a total comic book character. So it doesn't matter whether it's on paper, whether it's on the screen, it doesn't matter. I'm going to be a kid to the day they take and put me in the Easy Bake Oven. I mean, that's the bottom line.
I love that. That's a good analogy, Fred. That's the same thing. It's like the character Hollywood is me. That is me. I made sure when I was that character that I would bring in rock and roll. I would bring in the gloves. I would bring in that heel aspect. I would bring in being tardy or not coming in at midnight, which I did not. I mean, that was me. So we are those characters.
Well, you can ask John. I'm inappropriate Fred, my friends like to call me, because we don't even want to go down that seedy, dark alley of my existence.
What you see is what you get with Fred.
That's exactly it. I'm an open book.
Can I say something to? It was Jason, right? He asked that question.
Yep.
Was that? I was watching before, and Jason, if you're watching, I really, really loved you talking about the 1940s, the book that you're going to be writing about. Did he say 40s? It was, Eddie.
Yeah, I think it's the early 30s. Yeah, the 36 to 40. Yep.
Yeah. And oh my gosh, I love history no matter what it is. And I was just sitting here listening and watching him talk about it. So Jason, I look forward to reading that book because it sounded, Jason's so awesome. He's great. So I look forward to that. Just wanted to say thank you.
All right. Let's see. This question's for Fred. It's long. It was discussed on Bruce Pritchard's podcast that the original plan was for you to backstab Hulk Hogan and face him in the main event at WrestleMania 7, and the idea got scratched because Sergeant Slaughter came back to the company. Is that true?
They wanted to make me Sheik Tugboat is the rumor. Yes, can you imagine me? Burka. No, you know, but that's what I had heard, you know, but I mean, years afterwards. I know that George Animal Steel had talked to me because I had left there for a while. And he said, man, Vince had a real big plan for you, and never said any more about it. And I says, oh, thanks for telling me now, George. You know, but it is what it is. I'd opened 2 clubs down in Key West, and it took me off the road for many years.
I have a question for Fred.
Yes, ma'am.
So, in your career,
Yeah.
did you break any bones? Did you have any serious injury? I know we all get a little injured, but anything serious?
Well, I'm certified to teach first aid, CPR, and AED, all that stuff. I used to teach OSHA classes and mine safety classes when I was out of the business for a while. And anyway, I've had about 80% of every injury that you can have. I mean, you figure I wrestled about 28 years or so, and we wrestled no less than 300 days per year on average.
Got it.
And that doesn't include but I've got roughly about 165 stitches in my head, a cracked orbit, one of my eyes. I've had 4 teeth kicked out at different times in my career. Both shoulders ripped out and dislocated, bone chips in both arms where I have partial movement. I'm still in the gym every day. Keeps me from killing people in life.
Keeps you limber.
Yep, severed completely the right tendon on my right knee and the whole quadricep. I severed it all. ACL on my severed in half on my left knee. Completely severed Achilles tendon on my right leg. Both thumbs broken. 3 fingers on one hand broken. 2 on the other hand broken. And I've probably had between 120 and 150 concussions in my lifetime, and a perforated eardrum at one point. So, yeah, Sam, a little off balance. And a little, I'm a pencil boy. I'm a pencil boy.
I stayed out with Tim Fib. I have 7 screws and 2 plates in this leg, but you know what? That didn't stop. It just doesn't. You just keep going.
No, it's all about the fans. It's all about what's in your heart,
Your passion.
And your passion. Yeah, exactly what this whole business is about. I love the business. They go, "Would you do this again?" I said, "That's not what I went to college for." I says, "But you know what? It's something that I love, and I love, even though there's a lot of special people who will make names in the business, but the business is, it's my family." And every new person, like I'm getting to meet you for the first time and talk to you, just like John. You're all part of my family. This business is a family business. I train with a couple of guys on the new card. My oldest son works for Vince in television production.
Great.
So it's been a good business. Yeah.
Absolutely. I wholeheartedly agree with you. When I broke my leg, there was a time, do I want to go back into this? And I went, yes, I do. It's in your blood.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it is.
And one real quick, we have a question.
Sure.
Can you share a story about Andre the Giant and ask Jeannie about her soap line?
Oh, you first, Jeannie.
Oh, lovely. All right, you guys. So last January, just for a hobby, I started making soap, homemade soap. I'm thinking, okay, I love to buy soap, but I don't like preservatives in it, so I want stuff that's natural. So I started doing my due diligence. I watched YouTube videos. I got books. I started making it. And then this pandemic happened, you guys. And then I really started selling this soap. And I'm showing you, look at this mermaid soap. Can you see the mermaid?
Oh, cute. Yes.
Isn't that cool?
Oh,
there's that.
Mermaid soap.
Look. That's for your pets.
All right.
Oh my God. That's awesome.
And I'll attest to it. I've gotten 2 orders from Jeannie. It's the only soap I use. It's amazing.
It's really good. Doesn't have any preservatives in it. That's what I love about it. It's just, and this one, check that one. I have to show you. That's a new one. That's cotton candy.
Cotton candy.
Oh, that's awesome.
I know.
Yeah, Fred, it'll make Sheila want to eat you, Fred.
Excellent. That works for me.
Thank you for asking. Who asked that question? I have an Etsy site, Hollywood Botanica. That's good. Thank you for letting me talk about that.
That's sweet. Nice.
Yeah. Stuff that's good for you and good for the planet. Let's just put it that way. Soap, good for you, good for the planet.
That's awesome. Awesome.
All right, Fred, your turn.
All right, Fred's turn. Now going from smelling beautiful to a story about Me and Dusty getting to a town late in Erie, Pennsylvania. We were wrestling in a hockey arena up there. I went down. It was a house show. We went downstairs where the dressing room was when we got there. That was like second or third match on. So I'm shaving and getting ready and to get my gear on and everything. And, you know, Andre liked to play cribbage. So one of the road agents there is playing cribbage with Andre next to where I'm shaving. And he's sitting in a steel chair. And I've told this story a couple times. But I'm there, I'm shaving, I'm concentrating, I'm in a hurry. And all of a sudden, he lets one rip. And I jump about as high as the sink, you know, because I'm concentrating on shaving, and all of a sudden, I mean, it was like a lion roaring out of his ass. Okay? And his voice, he see me jump, he's like, "What the matter, boss? I scared you with little fart?" There you go. You got an Andre story. Not refreshing soap, okay?
Oh yeah. Now you need the soap, Hollywood soap.
Now you need the soap. Oh, botanical enema.
There you go.
Gee, do you have any stories about Mount Fiji at all?
Oh my God. There's many stories. When I first met her, I remember David McLean said, "See that lady over there?" And I looked. He says, "You're going to wrestle her." I go, "What?" I go, "I'm not wrestling her." He goes, "Oh yeah, you're going to wrestle her." This lady's 350 pounds, and they would always put her and I and my tag team partner against her, trying to get her off her feet. Now, mind you, I did the pilot and all 4 seasons, and Emily Dole did all 4 seasons. So that means a lot of matches against Emily. You guys, I'll never forget when she would pick us up for a body slam. It would just be whoop, woo. And I mean, I had to scream all the way down to let out that air, because if not, I was going to lose my air. I mean, she would pick you up and throw you so hard, but she was a gentle giant and one of the nicest, kindest ladies that you could ever meet. You know, she played a baby face and I'm in heel. You know, there was a time in Canada where I think we were in Vancouver, I believe, and we roomed together. And back then, we really weren't supposed to be rooming together. And this just hits me funny because in the middle of the night, I hear something going ding, ding. It was just like really calm. And it's like 3 a.m, and I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4. What's that noise? After it hit 12, when it went to 13, I knew it wasn't a clock. We both start cracking up and laughing, and we run to the window, and we're like, "What's going on?" And we see we're up very, very high, and all of a sudden, Emily says, "Oh my gosh!" She goes, "I wonder where that fire truck is going to." The fire truck was coming to us. It was coming to our hotel, and we're up really, really high. And she's in her curlers, and we have to go down the escape. No one called us. No one told us what was going on. But there was many stories. There was, we did so many things together. What is the Arnold Palmer has he used to have a golf tournament every year in the Chicago area, and he recognized Emily, and she loved that. He's like, "Mountain Fiji," and he waves to her from the green. It was cool. We just had many stories. A nice, nice woman, and God bless her soul. She passed a couple of years ago.
That's sad.
But yes, it's sad. We've lost a couple of girls. I think we have lost 1, 2, maybe 4. And I saw hundreds of girls come through our show. A lot of them got hurt. Some of them quit. Some of them left. Some got married, had children. Some got out of the business. I mean, it's a tough business. I try to say to young kids when we do the all these conventions and Comic-Cons, which I love because you get to meet all your fans. I say to young kids, promise me if you want to be a wrestler, that's great. It's hard work. It's this and that, but promise me that you'll have plan B. Go to school, learn something, have something in the background to fall on, because you're going to get old and your back. I mean, come on, Fred, your back's going to hurt. Your knees might hurt. Don't live in a cold climate. That's for sure.
Oh yeah. Cold or damp.
have plan B to fall back on. Not everybody.
You
know?
brought up about not being with each other, you know, sleeping in the same room and that stuff. Was kayfabe strong there back in the day? I was just curious about that, you know.
85, 86, that was instilled in us immediately. We had separate buses for the heels and for the good girls. And that was only in the first and second seasons we had those buses. Then it got, you know, things went, I don't want to say downhill because it didn't go downhill, but we had season 3 and 4 and we had lots of new ladies, lots of new girls that joined us. But we got away with a lot on the first and second season. So 86, 87, we were getting away with everything. Kayfabe was huge. You know, you went over, you know, so when I was talking about the Emily thing, for whatever reason, you know, and I always played a heel. I never played a baby face. I was better, I think. Later I played a baby face. That was Afterglow.
Being a baby face is fun, but being a heel is funner. Okay.
Yes, it is. Yes. I'm a heel. I will always be a heel. I am. That is just the best. And you know what? You know you're doing your job, obviously, when people are booing the shit out of you. You know, and for me, this was all new. I hadn't been in entertainment before. I wasn't an actress trying to be a wrestler. I was in the medical field, drawing some blood. Some friends of mine told me about some extra work I did one day as an extra on a set. So my name was in this particular talent agent. And then I got my, there was on my answering machine, there was a message because there was answering machines back then. And I answered it and there was that audition. And then, you know, I went down, Mondo was training everybody. And every time I went back, there was less and less girls. They only needed 12 people to do a pilot. And I was one of the ones that did that pilot. So that is really
That's
how
awesome.
I got it. And
I was a huge fan of the show. Yeah, I was a huge fan. Huge fan.
Thank you so much. I wish we would have met back in the day.
Huge fan of the show. It was awesome.
We weren't even allowed to talk to the WWF people. It was F back then. Vince didn't want us to talk to you guys at all.
Wow.
I talked to Jesse the Bob Ventura one time. We were in New Orleans at NAPI convention selling the shows. And Jesse's coming by and I'm coming by and Jesse's looking at me and I'm looking at Jesse. We know we're not supposed to be talking. And I looked at him. I go, we're not supposed to be talking to each other. He goes, I know, but let's talk.
Oh my God. Yeah, Jesse's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah. I met him once, as many years ago. And then when we started doing these conventions, all the Comic-Cons and the different wrestling conventions, I started meeting more of you guys and finding out that, yes, we did like you guys and we did watch you. I just thought everybody, you know, wasn't quite sure about Glow, you know. I would say the first season, you know, being trained by Mondo, that's, I think if you're trained by someone like him, you're trained correctly. It started, you know, we had, after Mondo left, we had a different trainer and then the girls started training each other. For me to figure out what new heel moves can I use? So I started watching you guys and I just started looking on TV and watching. I'm like, that flying head scissors, I'm going to do that. And I'm going to perfect it and do it well. And so then I just started trying to copy what you guys were doing so I could be a better character, a better wrestler.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Now, did you had the chance to work with Jackie Stallone as well, right?
Oh, yeah. I think we just used her name. She was the Good Girls manager. So my manager was Aunt Kitty for the heels. But yeah, Jackie was there. And yeah, she was, that's all I can say. She was just an interesting lady. Never a dull moment.
I remember growing up, I thought that she I thought she owned it. You know,
No, everyone thought that. Hell no. No. She didn't own it. They just used her name. And then it was her Frank Stallone. I met him. We never met, we didn't meet Sylvester, but we met Sylvester's son, Sage, who has passed. Oh, but Sage loved us. He loved the Bad Girls. And there's an interesting, you know, remember the Inquirer and all those weird papers, the Sun or the whatever those flag mags.
The scandal sheet. Yeah.
So they had me and him in it, and it said, Sly gets upset because son falls for lady wrestler. And it was so far from the truth, you guys. It was a picture of all of us sitting, and Sage just happened to be sitting next to me and another girl. But it looked, so they only cut out that portion so it looked like we're together. And it was just the most stupidest thing ever. But I kept it because it was kind of funny.
That's awesome. That's funny.
Memories.
Now, John, how did the comic book with Hollywood come about?
Well, we had actually, the first Glow wrestler that we did a book for was Patricia Summerland, who was in one of the later seasons as Sunny the California Girl. And I had a mutual friend who was also, because I was a big fan of Glow too when I was a kid. In fact, I had that teen crush on Hollywood. I finally admitted that to her after I wrote her script. But we had like mutual friends. Obviously, a lot of people that are in my age.
It was Christopher.
Yeah, exact. Christopher.
Christopher.
Yeah, and he reached out to me and he said, "Hey, how would you like to do a book on Jeannie Hollywood?" And I said, "Absolutely. Can you put us together?" So we just started chatting, and we made it happen. So, which is
excited.
Yeah, in a lot of ways, that's how it's happened with most of these comics. I mean, a lot of it's become word of mouth. As I talked about on the first COVID Con, I started off with Nikolai Volkov, and he introduced me to Bruno Sammartino, and I got to know Brian Blair, and then from there, just getting to know these people. I think, and maybe they can attest for it more than I can because they're seeing it from the other side. But, I think I've proven over the last few years that I get things done. It's not.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just talking about doing something. It's not just sitting idly by and working on something for like 15 years. We actually, we sit down, we talk to people, and we put them out, and we try and do the best we can. Yeah, thanks. And well, one of the things and I had someone tell me this perspective of reading some of the books that I've written, and they're saying is they can tell it's written by a wrestling fan before it's a comic book writer. And that's true because, I was a huge fan of wrestling from as long as I can remember. I mean, I remember being a little kid sitting on the floor at actually my great-grandfather's house. And he was a huge fan of pro wrestling. I mean, all he had was a black and white TV. We would sit there and watch championship wrestling from Florida. He loved Wahoo McDaniel. He would be jumping up and shaking his fist at the screen. And I was like 5, 6 years old, and I was just like, hell yeah. So I would jump up and shake my fist at the screen. And yeah, so when I'm writing these books, I'm writing them as a wrestling fan now, and not just as a comic book writer. And, and I think hopefully that kind of comes through in the way I tell the stories too.
Oh, you tell it well.
Yeah. I'm your biggest fan. I'm your biggest fan there, John. You know how that is.
I know.
Promotion.
Yeah, Fred's been there all from the get-go. I mean, he's we did a show together. I think it was in Clearmont, wasn't it? And and that's where you and I actually first met in person. And from day one, yeah, he's been a huge supporter of everything we've done and helping get the word out and picking up copies of every single book. I think you've probably got the biggest collection of wrestling memorabilia in the planet, which is actually pretty cool. Pretty cool.
I'm a fan. I was a fan. I wrestled, and now I'm still a fan. And that's just the way things are. But a lot of wrestlers are gun shy because of promoters. And they get interested. Oh, this guy wants to do this and that, and they're so used to sometimes getting worked. Okay, if that gets across, getting worked by somebody. And it being a waste of their time or, the whole 9 yards. And John is a straight shooter. I can't tell you any more than that. And, and he's a talented guy.
Well, I think and obviously some of the autobiographical books, I mean, they do take a little bit of time to get done just because we've got such a backlog. I mean, honestly speaking, we've got so many guys. We're booked through probably on getting books done all the way to 2022. And because we do it through Kickstarter, a lot of this is these creations are done through fan support. So, anytime I generally don't make a dime on these things, but we do try and compensate the artist the best we can. But the best way to do that is through these Kickstarters to help pay them for the work they do. But that caused the books to come out more on a staggered basis. But Fred can attest. I think, was it maybe Tuesday? I called you last week about and I've already got him the first 2 pages of art on the Anarchic Press one, which is pretty cool.
John knows how I am about art, especially comic art. And that's what I went to school for, to be a commercial artist. And I'm a big art guy, and I have tons of signed stuff and everything. And I meet so many great guys at Comic-Cons and ladies at Comic-Cons that are just so talented. And the artists that John, I mean, you got DC artists, you got Marvel artists. I mean, just a whole variety of talent at his fingertips. I mean, it's on top of what he writes, you got all that great art.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we're trying to, and everybody who's doing it is a fan of wrestling, so they love what they're doing. They love the characters, they love the stories, and they love being able to tell them. I did see somebody pop up as we're talking. My eyesight is hideous. Somebody asked, when is there a tentative publishing and release date for Hollywood? That stuff is all scheduled by my publisher, but my best guess, trying to be as honest as I can, it is, I know we've got the Killer Bees, we've got the Gangrel book, because the art is done on both of those. And from my understanding, Hollywood's comes right after Gangrel's, David Heath's. So my best guess, and I think from what I've heard on scheduling, that would be at the end of August. So my guess, well, actually for Hollywood, that would be Gangrel's. My best guess, and I'm thinking probably November or December of this year is probably a safer guess, because I know the artist is going to have to start working on it. And for those of you,
Christmas.
Exactly. And for those of you who don't know the process of comics, there's a lot in it. I mean, I do the writing, I send it to the wrestlers for them to approve what we've put together to make sure it's actually, a story they want to put out there. We send it to a publisher who has to do some editing before we send it to an artist. Then we got to send it to a colorist. Then we got to send it to a letterer, and then we got to run the Kickstarter. So there's a process that goes into putting the whole thing together. But yeah, that's I would say that's probably a safe guess about when we're going to get Jeannie's out there. It's definitely, right up there at the top of the list. We've been really excited about doing her book. I mean, she's got a great story, a great character, and you can tell from the last, I guess we've been on here probably about 30 minutes so far. She's actually an incredible person who engaging with her fans. I mean, one of the friendliest people I've met, and which is something. But honestly, that's something I've learned with working with all of these guys. I mean, absent Fred. Fred can be kind of mean, but absent.
Fred's a devil. Fred's a devil.
Fred's a real.
He's in trouble now, Fred.
Yeah, I'm surprised he never joined in with one of Kevin Sullivan's groups. But no, but I mean, everybody I've worked with, they're so friendly and so engaging, and you can tell that they love what they've done for their careers, and that they love engaging with the fans, and they love telling their stories, and they love everything about it. And that makes it exciting to do it. It makes it exciting to tell their stories when you're telling a story about someone who really loved what they did and what they continue to do when they can. It just makes it special.
And what's good is worldwide distribution. Worldwide.
All right, let's get some more questions here. Let's see. My first Cauliflower Alley was 3 years ago. Seeing all the Glow Girls get an award. We'll always have a soft spot for Hollywood. Hope she'll be there in September.
I hope I'll be there too. We'll see what happens. If the CAC is happening, we'll see. I mean, a lot of our conventions have all been canceled, so hopefully this will still be on. Yeah. And whoever that was, thank you very much. I hope I see you too, James.
Let's see, James. Fred, what do you think of AEW?
I love it. I think it's a great time, even though the pandemic has put a terrible poo-poo on everything. It's another place for young guys. There's so much young, up-and-coming talent out there. You know what I'm saying? It's better the more things that are there for the fans, the better. I mean, and both AEW and WWE have had their hands full with trying to keep an interactive show that keeps fans engrossed, because fans are a big part of wrestling. Yes. Imagine wrestling. It's like being in training school again, wrestling in front of no one. You know what I'm saying? You're taking bumps, and the bumps feel a whole lot harder when you're wrestling in front of nobody. You know what I'm saying? Yes. You know what I'm saying? And
that really hurts.
you know, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm coming off that 12-foot cage. Yeah, just for Bob over there in the corner. You know.
But hey, we played places that had 10 people. One time we were on the East Coast in Charlotte, North Carolina, wherever. There were 10 people, and you know what? I played that 110%. I did my job plus more. You just do what you do for your fans.
Well, the great Malenko told me, he says, you give it 100%, whether you're in front of 10 people or 1 million people. You give it your ultimate performance and your ultimate ability.
Let's see. We got one more here.
Absolutely. I truly believe that.
Daryl wants to know, well, Hollywood, you already answered that about
I love the Glow Netflix show. That was great. Which WWE did you enjoy the most?
Fred,
and you watch your nephews Cody and
Fred, which
when I
characters
can,
do
I
you
watch
enjoy the most?
If I could have met Andre the Giant, I think that would have been my favorite character. I like Jesse. Now I love Fred. Now I just gotta like the fan of Fred.
If you're having a bad day, watch the Shockmaster deal on YouTube. That's all I got to tell you. Have a better day at my expense.
I'll do it.
My entrance.
All right, Fred. I'm gonna ask you a wrestling fan question from me.
Yes.
What was it like the first time that you saw yourself as an action figure?
It was awesome. I mean, it's awesome. You know, it's like if you were Barbie, you know what I'm saying? I was wrestling Barbie. No, it was an incredible deal. Like I told you before, when they want to do the tugboat figure for Hasbro, I got to see, they always did the 2-up, which was the larger figure. You know, matter of fact, I have a copy of the blueprint, the original blueprint, and for the figure with all the artist comments and stuff on there and everything.
What a compliment. Huge compliment. That's just wonderful.
Oh, it's like being on a video game or anything, you know, anything to do with that. Any kind of item, you know, that they've manufactured this, you know, likeness of you, you know, is just an incredible deal. To think of something like that. Imagine.
All right. Well, listen, I'm getting the call to wrap up here. So,
sorry.
Where can we find the comic books?
Okay, well, like I said, anybody can find me on Facebook, and I've got copies of everything. The encyclopedia just went up on Amazon.com. A lot of our back issues, if you're looking for single issues of a lot of the wrestling books, go to Squared Circle Comics. You can either find them on Facebook or you can just Google it. They've got their own website, and you can order them there. I think after like 2 or 3 books, you get free shipping too, so that's pretty cool. Any of the guys we've worked with, like Brian Blair, Jim Brunzell, Lanny Poffo, all of those guys, they've got copies of the books. So I would highly recommend help those guys out. I mean, not that they're all hurting for money, but it's nice to get something from them too. So if you find them on Facebook or you see them at a show, I know Bobby Fulton was just selling a whole bunch of autographed copies of his book. I saw him putting it on Twitter and on Facebook the other day. Reach out to them. You can grab it from all of those guys, and you get a signed copy that way, which is pretty cool too.
All right. Well, hey, thanks so much, guys. Thanks, Hollywood. Thanks, Fred.
Thank you.
Seeing you. And everybody watching on Facebook, just refresh your page, and the next feed will be coming up soon with Rob.
Bye, Fred. Bye, John. Bye, Eddie.
Hollywood. Glad meeting you, John.
Nice to meet you.
Fred, I'll talk to you later tonight, I'm sure.
I know you will. I know you are. Bye.
Bye, guys. Bye. Take care.
Bye.
Take care.